September 2019. Michael Jordan, billionaire, six-time NBA champion, owner of the Charlotte Hornets, walked into his own arena wearing jeans and a simple polo shirt. He had an important meeting with construction crews and was running late. At entrance C, a young security guard stopped him. "Can I see your ID, sir?" Jordan reached for his wallet. It wasn't there. He'd left it in his car. "I'm Michael Jordan. I own this building." The guard didn't budge. "No ID, no entry. That's the policy." Someone pulled out a phone and started recording. Within hours, the video went viral. The internet exploded with mockery and disbelief. A security guard who didn't recognize one of the most famous athletes in the world. At his own arena, everyone assumed the young guard would be fired by morning. But what happened next shocked the world and revealed a secret that had been planned for months. This is the true story of Marcus Webb, the test he didn't know he was taking, and how one moment of integrity at an entrance changed hundreds of lives forever. The September sun hung high over Charlotte, North Carolina, painting the city in shades of gold and amber. It was the kind of Thursday afternoon that made people forget summer was ending. Inside the Spectrum Center, the home of the Charlotte Hornets, construction crews hammered and drilled, preparing the arena for the upcoming basketball season. Michael Jordan pushed through the glass doors at the east entrance, squinting as his eyes adjusted from bright sunlight to the dim lobby. At 57 years old, he still moved with the confidence of an athlete, though his knees reminded him daily that his playing days were long behind him. Today, he wore faded jeans, a simple gray polo shirt and white sneakers, comfortable clothes for inspecting renovation work, not the suits he usually wore for business meetings. He headed toward the VIP entrance C, where a hallway would take him directly to the construction area. His mind was already on the meeting ahead, discussions about new seating, updated lighting, all the details that went into owning a professional basketball team. "Excuse me, sir. Can I help you?" Jordan stopped and turned. A young man in a crisp security uniform stood blocking the entrance. His name tag read Marcus Webb. He looked fresh out of college, with neat cornrows, serious brown eyes, and the slightly nervous posture of someone still learning their job. "I'm heading to the construction site," Jordan said casually, moving forward. Marcus stepped smoothly into his path. "Sir, this entrance is for staff and VIP credential holders only. I'll need to see your identification, please." Jordan smiled, more amused than annoyed. It had been a long time since someone didn't recognize him. "I'm Michael Jordan. I own this building." Marcus's expression didn't change. "I understand, sir. I still need to see some form of identification. It's arena policy." For a moment, Jordan just stared at him. The kid was serious, completely serious. Jordan reached into his back pocket for his wallet, then patted his other pockets. Nothing. He'd left it in his car. "I don't have my wallet on me," Jordan said. "Left it in my car, but if you check with—" "Sir, I can't let you through without proper identification," Marcus interrupted, his voice polite but firm. "It doesn't matter who you say you are. Rules are rules." A maintenance worker walking past glanced over, recognized Jordan, and kept walking, assuming everything was under control. Jordan noticed but said nothing. "Look, son," Jordan said, keeping his voice calm. "I've got a meeting with the construction supervisor in 5 minutes. I've owned this team since 2010. Call upstairs. Call anyone. They'll tell you who I am." Marcus pulled out his radio. "I can call my supervisor if you'd like, but without ID, I can't let you enter through this entrance. You're welcome to go to the main entrance and check in there. They can issue you a temporary pass." Jordan felt something unfamiliar, a small sting of embarrassment. The main entrance was on the other side of the building. The construction meeting would start without him. 2 more arena workers passed by. One pulled out her phone. Jordan saw her angle it toward him and Marcus. His jaw tightened. In today's world, everything became a video. "Are you recording this?" Jordan asked her. The woman looked startled and hurried away, but Jordan knew the damage was done. Someone was filming. By tonight, this would be online. Marcus noticed the phone too, but stayed focused. "Sir, I'm just doing my job. I need to see identification from everyone who uses this entrance. No exceptions." "No exceptions," Jordan repeated slowly. He studied Marcus's face, the determination there, the slight tremor in his hands that showed he was nervous but holding his ground. This kid had no idea who he was stopping, but he was doing his job exactly right. 3 more people gathered nearby, whispering. Jordan heard his name rippling through the small crowd. Marcus heard it too. His eyes widened slightly as understanding began to dawn. Are you really?" Marcus started, uncertainty creeping into his voice for the first time. "Yeah," Jordan said quietly. "I really am." Marcus's face shifted through several emotions: shock, horror, embarrassment. His hand shook as he lowered his radio. Before either could speak again, a woman's voice cut through the tension. "Marcus, what's going on here?" Janet Torres, the security supervisor, rushed down the hallway. Her face went pale when she saw Jordan. "Mr. Jordan, I am so sorry. Marcus is new. He didn't mean." Jordan held up his hand, silencing her. He looked at Marcus, who stood frozen, waiting for his world to collapse. "How old are you, son?" Jordan asked. Marcus swallowed hard. 24, sir." Jordan stared at him for a long moment. The crowd watched. Phones captured every second. Finally, Jordan spoke. "Come to my office tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Don't be late." He walked past Marcus through the entrance, leaving everyone confused and the young security guard wondering if he still had a job. Marcus Webb stood frozen at entrance C, his heart hammering against his ribs. The whispers around him grew louder. Someone laughed nervously. A construction worker shook his head and walked away, muttering something Marcus couldn't hear. Janet Torres grabbed his arm, her grip tight enough to hurt. "My office. Now." "Janet, Not here, Marcus. Not in front of everyone." But before they could move, 2 more security guards arrived, responding to the radio call Marcus had started to make. Behind them came a small crowd, arena staff on break, curious about the commotion. "What happened?" asked Dennis Clark, a veteran guard who'd worked at the arena for 12 years. He looked from Marcus to Janet to the entrance where Michael Jordan had just disappeared. "Marcus just stopped MJ at his own entrance," someone in the crowd said. "Didn't even recognize him." The laughter was louder this time. Marcus felt his face burn with shame. "I asked for his ID," Marcus said, his voice barely steady. "He didn't have it. I was just following protocol." "Protocol?" Dennis's eyebrows shot up. "Man, that's Michael Jordan, 6-time NBA champion, owner of this team. You don't ask him for ID." "I didn't know who he was," Marcus said, hating how defensive he sounded. "How do you not know Michael Jordan?" another guard asked, genuinely confused. Marcus had no good answer. The truth was simple but sounded worse out loud. He'd never followed basketball. Growing up in Detroit, he'd been too busy working after school to watch games. His mother, Linda Webb, had worked 3 jobs to keep their small apartment. His father had left when Marcus was 8, disappearing like morning fog. There'd been no time for sports, no money for cable TV, no lazy afternoons watching athletes play games. Basketball was something other kids enjoyed. Marcus had stocked shelves, delivered newspapers, and later worked fast food to help his mother with bills. He knew Michael Jordan was famous, everyone knew that, but he wouldn't have recognized him in jeans and a polo shirt. "I need everyone to clear this area," Janet said, her supervisor voice cutting through the chatter. "Show's over. Get back to work." The crowd dispersed slowly, still talking and laughing. Marcus saw at least 4 people on their phones. His stomach twisted. They were posting about this. Right now. This very second. Janet waited until they were alone, then turned to Marcus with exhausted eyes. Tell me exactly what happened. Marcus explained everything. How the man approached, how he'd asked for ID, how the man claimed to be Michael Jordan but had no wallet. I was doing what you taught me in training. No ID, no entry. You said that applied to everyone. I also said to use common sense, Janet said, rubbing her temples, and to recognize VIPs. I did recognize VIPs. I let Del Curry through yesterday. I recognized Muggsy Boggs last week, but I've never seen a picture of Michael Jordan in regular clothes. The photos in the hallways show him playing basketball or in suits. Marcus heard the desperation in his own voice. Janet, this is only my third day. How was I supposed to? You should have called me immediately, Janet interrupted. The second he said his name, you should have radioed me. I was about to. That's when you arrived. Janet sighed, and for a moment she looked almost sympathetic. Marcus, I know you're new. I know you were trying to do the right thing, but this... She gestured vaguely at the space where the crowd had been. This is bad, really bad. Am I fired? I don't know, that's not my decision. Janet pulled out her own phone and winced at whatever she saw on the screen. It's already online. Someone posted a video. Marcus felt the floor shift beneath him. A video. Janet turned her phone toward him. There he was on someone's Twitter feed, standing in front of Michael Jordan, asking for identification. The caption read, "Security guard doesn't recognize M.A. at his own arena face. The video had been posted 3 minutes ago. It already had 47 retweets and 93 likes. Marcus watched himself on the small screen, watched his own stubborn face refusing entry to one of the most famous athletes in the world. He looked so confident in the video, so sure he was doing the right thing. Now he just looked foolish. Oh God, Marcus whispered. It gets worse, Janet said. Check the comments. Marcus didn't want to, but he scrolled down anyway. How do you not know who Michael Jordan is? Loudly crying face. This dude really card-checked the GOAT at his own building. MJ probably gonna fire him before lunch El Mau. Respect for following the rules, though 100 points. Now this is embarrassing for everyone involved. The comments went on, hundreds of them already. Marcus felt sick. I need to call Mr. Jordan, Janet said. Apologize, do damage control. She paused, looking at Marcus with something like pity. You should probably start writing your resignation letter. He told me to come to his office tomorrow morning, Marcus said quietly. Janet blinked. What? At 9 a.m. He said not to be late. For the first time since arriving, Janet looked uncertain. He said that, those exact words. Marcus nodded. Janet's expression shifted, confused now instead of angry. That's strange. If he wanted to fire you, he'd have security escort you out immediately, or he'd have me do it. She studied Marcus's face. What exactly did he say? Marcus replayed the moment in his mind. Come to my office tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp, don't be late. He remembered the look in Jordan's eyes, not anger exactly, but something else. Something Marcus couldn't identify. Weird, Janet muttered. Look, go home, take the rest of the day. Don't talk to anyone about this. No reporters, no media, nobody. If anyone calls you, send them to our PR department. Understand? Yes, ma'am. And Marcus, Janet's voice softened slightly. For what it's worth, you were following procedure. You did what we taught you. It's just, sometimes there are situations where the rules bend a little. You said no exceptions, Marcus replied. That's what you told us in training. No exceptions means no exceptions. Janet had no answer for that. She just nodded and walked away, leaving Marcus alone at entrance C. He stood there for another minute, staring at the doorway where Michael Jordan had disappeared. His phone buzzed in his pocket, then buzzed again, and again. Text messages flooding in: his girlfriend Keisha, his younger brother DeMarcus, friends from Detroit, people he hadn't talked to in years. Everyone had seen the video. Everyone was talking about it. Marcus pulled out his phone and watched himself one more time, this young security guard in a crisp uniform telling Michael Jordan he couldn't enter his own building. In the video's final seconds, just before it cut off, Jordan said something Marcus had forgotten in the chaos. He leaned closer, turned up the volume, and listened carefully. "Come to my office tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. Don't be late." And then, so quietly the phone barely captured it, Jordan added one more word that didn't make sense at all. "Good." Marcus sat in his 2012 Honda Civic in the Spectrum Center parking lot, unable to make himself drive home. His phone wouldn't stop buzzing. The video had spread beyond Twitter now. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, even the local news websites had picked it up. Charlotte security guard stops Michael Jordan at Hornets Arena. MJ denied entry to his own building. You won't believe who this guard didn't recognize. Each headline felt like a punch to the stomach. Marcus finally silenced his phone and started the car. The drive to his apartment in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood took 15 minutes, but it felt like hours. Every red light gave him more time to replay the encounter in his mind, to see the moment recognition dawned on Jordan's face, to remember the crowd's laughter. He pulled into his apartment complex just after 2 in the afternoon. Keisha Thompson's car was already there. She must have left work early. Marcus's chest tightened with gratitude and shame in equal measure. Keisha met him at the door before he could get his key out. She was still in her teaching clothes, a yellow dress and cardigan that normally made her dark skin glow. Today her face showed only concern. "Baby," she said, pulling him inside. "You saw it." "Everyone saw it, Marcus. My students were watching it during lunch period. 3rd graders." Keisha guided him to their worn couch, the one they'd bought from a thrift store when Marcus first moved to Charlotte a year ago. "Tell me what happened." Marcus told her everything. Keisha listened without interrupting, her hand warm in his. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "So he wants to see you tomorrow morning," she finally said. "To fire me in person, probably. Make an example of me." "Maybe," Keisha squeezed his hand. "Or maybe not. That good at the end, that's strange, Marcus. Why would he say that if he was angry?" "I don't know. I can't figure anything out right now." Marcus leaned back against the cushions. "I humiliated him, Keisha, in front of his own employees. That video has probably been seen by millions of people by now. You were doing your job. My job was to recognize important people and not embarrass them." "Your job was to check IDs," Keisha corrected, "which you did, exactly like they trained you." Marcus's phone buzzed again despite being on silent. He glanced at it, his mother calling from Detroit, the 3rd time in the past hour. "You need to answer that," Keisha said gently. "She's worried." Marcus picked up, "Hey, Mama." Marcus Anthony Webb. His mother's voice carried that particular tone that had made him confess to broken windows and missed curfews throughout his childhood. "Baby, I just saw you on the Channel 7 News in Detroit. The Detroit News, Marcus. They're talking about my son in Michigan." "I know, Mama, I'm sorry." "Sorry, baby, what are you sorry for?" Linda Webb's voice softened. "You did your job. That man didn't have identification and you didn't let him through. That's exactly what you're supposed to do." "Mama, that man owns the team. He owns the building." "I don't care if he owns the whole city. Rules are rules." His mother paused. "Now, are they treating you right? Do you still have your job?" "I don't know yet. He wants to see me tomorrow morning." "Then you go in there with your head up. You hear me? You didn't steal anything. You didn't lie. You didn't hurt anybody. You did your job the way you were taught. If that man fires you for following the rules, then that's on him, not you." Marcus felt his throat tighten. His mother had always believed in him, even when he struggled in school, even when he bounced between jobs trying to find his path. She'd worked herself to exhaustion to give him opportunities, and now he'd thrown away a good job on his third day. "What if I can't find another job?" Marcus asked quietly. "What if this follows me everywhere?" "Then you keep looking until you find someone who values integrity over image," Linda said firmly. "Marcus, you've been working since you were 14 years old. You've never been fired from anything because you've always done things the right way. Don't start doubting yourself now." After his mother hung up, Marcus sat staring at his phone. A text from his younger brother DeMarcus popped up. "Bro, you're famous. This is wild. Face, face, face." Then another, "But seriously, you good? Need me to come down from Chapel Hill?" DeMarcus was 19, a sophomore at UNC Chapel Hill studying business. He'd gotten a partial scholarship and Marcus helped with the rest. If Marcus lost this job, he wouldn't be able to help with next semester's expenses. "I'm fine," Marcus texted back. "Stay in school. Focus on your midterms." Keisha brought him a sandwich he couldn't eat and water he didn't drink. She sat beside him as the afternoon faded into evening, as the video's view count climbed higher and higher, as reporters started calling his phone. At 7 o'clock, Marcus opened his laptop and started researching Michael Jordan. He realized how little he actually knew. Born in Brooklyn, moved to Wilmington, North Carolina as a child. Cut from his high school varsity team as a sophomore. Worked his way back and became the greatest basketball player in history. 6 NBA championships with the Chicago Bulls, 5 MVP awards, 2 Olympic gold medals. Successful businessman with his Jordan brand making billions. Bought the Charlotte Hornets in 2010. Marcus read for hours, watching old game highlights, interviews, documentaries. He learned about Jordan's legendary competitiveness, his demanding standards, his intolerance for excuses or laziness. This was a man who'd built an empire on excellence and discipline, and Marcus had stopped him at a doorway, refusing him entry to his own building. Around midnight, Marcus pulled out a piece of paper and started writing a resignation letter. His hand shook as he wrote the first line. "Dear Mr. Jordan, I am writing to formally resign from my position." "What are you doing?" Keisha appeared in the doorway, wrapped in her robe. "Making it easier for everyone. I'll hand this to him tomorrow." Keisha walked over and gently took the paper from his hands. She read what he'd written, then tore it in half. "Marcus Webb, I love you, but you're not running away from this. That man told you to be in his office at 9 a.m. You're going to be there, and you're going to face whatever comes next with the same integrity you showed today. You understand me?" Marcus looked up at his girlfriend, this woman who taught third graders and believed the best about people even when they disappointed her. "What if he destroys me?" Marcus whispered. "Then you'll survive that too," Keisha said. "Just like you survived your father leaving, just like you survived being poor, just like you've survived everything else life has thrown at you." She sat beside him. "But Marcus, what if he doesn't want to destroy you? What if that good meant something else entirely?" Marcus didn't answer. He couldn't imagine what else it could mean. He set 3 alarms for 6 a.m. and lay in bed staring at the ceiling, watching shadows shift across the plaster, counting down the hours until he'd learn whether his career was over before it truly began. Marcus's first alarm went off at 6 a.m., but he'd been awake for the past hour. He'd maybe slept 2 hours total, his mind replaying the encounter over and over, imagining a dozen different ways tomorrow, no, today might go. Keisha stirred beside him. "You okay?" "No," Marcus said honestly, "but I'm getting up anyway." He showered for twice as long as usual, scrubbing as if he could wash away yesterday's humiliation. He shaved carefully, trimmed his beard, made sure his cornrows were neat. His security uniform hung on the closet door, pressed and ready. He'd ironed it last night at 11 p.m., unable to sleep, needing something to do with his shaking hands. Keisha made him eggs and toast. Marcus managed 3 bites before his stomach rebelled. She packed the rest in a container. For later. When this is over and you realize you're starving. "I love you," Marcus said. "I know, now go face this. Whatever happens, you call me right after." The drive to Spectrum Center felt surreal. Charlotte was just waking up, delivery trucks making their rounds, early commuters grabbing coffee, the city painted in shades of pink and orange from the rising sun. It was a beautiful Friday morning, the kind that promised good things. Marcus didn't trust it. He arrived at 8:30, 30 minutes early. The parking lot was mostly empty. Marcus sat in his car for 10 minutes, breathing slowly, trying to calm his racing heart. At 8:45, he forced himself out. Inside, the arena felt different. Workers who usually said good morning avoided his eyes. A janitor he'd chatted with earlier in the week suddenly became very interested in mopping the same spot over and over. Marcus felt like he was walking through a dream where everyone knew something terrible he didn't. Janet Torres waited near the security office. She looked like she'd slept as poorly as Marcus. "You're early." "Didn't want to be late." "Smart." She studied his face. "Listen, Marcus, I don't know what's going to happen up there, but for what it's worth, you've been a good employee these past 3 days. Punctual, professional, respectful. I'll put that in writing if you need a reference." So she thought he was getting fired too. Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. "His office is on the 3rd floor, executive wing. Mrs. Davis at reception will show you where. Good luck." Marcus took the elevator up. Each floor that passed felt like descending deeper underwater, pressure building in his chest. The executive wing was carpeted in plush blue, walls decorated with Hornets memorabilia and framed photos of great moments in the team's history. And there, among them, were photos of Michael Jordan in suits at press conferences, celebrating with players, standing courtside. Marcus had walked past these photos during his first-day tour. He'd looked right at them and somehow hadn't connected the man in the pictures to the casually dressed man at entrance C. The realization made him feel stupid all over again. Mrs. Patricia Davis sat at the reception desk, a black woman in her 60s with kind eyes and silver hair pulled back in an elegant bun. She looked up as Marcus approached and smiled gently. "Marcus Webb." "Yes, ma'am." "Mr. Jordan is expecting you. Have a seat, honey. He's finishing up a call." Marcus sat on a leather chair that probably cost more than his car. He clasped his hands together to keep them from shaking. A clock on the wall ticked toward 9 a.m. Each second felt like an hour. At exactly 9 o'clock, Mrs. Davis's phone buzzed. She picked it up, listened, then nodded to Marcus. "You can go in now. 3rd door on the left." Marcus stood on legs that felt like water. He walked down the hallway, past doors marked with different executive titles until he reached the 3rd door. A simple nameplate read, "Michael Jordan, Principal Owner and Chairman." Marcus knocked, "Come in." The voice was calm, giving nothing away. Marcus opened the door. The office was smaller than he expected. Nice, but not flashy. One wall held floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the arena. Another displayed jerseys under glass, his Chicago Bulls number 23, his brief number 45, Team USA jerseys. There were photos of Jordan with his children, with other basketball legends, with President Obama. A bookshelf held business books and basketball histories. Behind a dark wood desk sat Michael Jordan, wearing a white button-down shirt and glasses, looking like a businessman, not an athlete. He gestured to a chair across from his desk. "Sit down, Marcus." Marcus sat, his back straight, hands folded in his lap. He met Jordan's eyes, determined to face this with dignity, whatever came next. Jordan leaned back in his chair, studying Marcus for a long moment. "You know why you're here?" "Yes, sir, to discuss what happened yesterday." "And what do you think happened yesterday?" Marcus swallowed hard. "I stopped you from entering your own building. I didn't recognize you. I embarrassed you in front of your employees and made you look bad online. I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan. I should have." "You should have what?" Jordan interrupted. "Broken protocol, let me through without proper identification." I don't know, sir." "That's an honest answer." Jordan pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then turned it to face Marcus. "I've watched this video about 50 times now. You know what I see?" Marcus shook his head, afraid to speak. "I see a young man doing exactly what he was trained to do, following the rules, treating everyone the same, regardless of who they claim to be." Jordan set his phone down. "Do you know how rare that is, Marcus? In a world where people make exceptions every single day, where the rules bend depending on who's asking." Marcus didn't understand. Was this a trick? A way to make him feel worse before the firing? "How old are you?" Jordan asked. 24, sir." Jordan nodded slowly. 24. Same age I was when I was a rookie with the Chicago Bulls. 1984. You know what happened to me that year? "You won Rookie of the Year." "Before that, early in the season, I showed up at Chicago Stadium for a game. I was running late, stressed, and I'd forgotten my team credentials in my locker. The security guard at the player's entrance stopped me, wouldn't let me through. I told him who I was, Michael Jordan, Bulls rookie, needed to get to the locker room. He didn't care. No ID, no entry." Marcus leaned forward slightly, caught despite himself. "I was furious," Jordan continued. "I was Michael Jordan. I was going to be a star. How dare this nobody security guard stop me? I yelled at him, made a scene. Finally, a coach came and vouched for me and they let me through." Jordan stood and walked to the window, looking out over the empty arena below. "That night I played terribly, couldn't focus, kept thinking about that guard. After the game, I went back and found him, ready to chew him out again." Jordan turned back to Marcus. "You know what he said to me?" Marcus shook his head. "He said, 'Son, the day we start making exceptions is the day this place stops being safe. I don't care if you're Michael Jordan or the President of the United States. No ID, no entry. That's my job and I'm going to do it right.'" Jordan walked back to his desk and sat down, his eyes never leaving Marcus's face. "That security guard taught me something important that day. He taught me that integrity means doing the right thing even when it's hard, even when it makes people angry, even when it costs you something." Marcus's heart pounded. He still didn't understand where this was going. "Marcus, you did your job yesterday. You did it exactly right. That's why you're not fired." The words took a moment to register. I'm not fired." "No, but we need to talk about why I really called you here." Jordan pulled a folder from his desk drawer. "Because what happened yesterday, that wasn't an accident, it was a test." Marcus felt the world tilt. "A test? And son, you passed." Jordan opened the folder. "Now let me tell you about a program I'm starting and why you're going to help me build it." Marcus stared at Michael Jordan, trying to process what he just heard. A test. The humiliation, the viral video, the sleepless night, all of it had been planned. "I don't understand," Marcus said slowly. "You wanted me to stop you." Jordan closed the folder and leaned forward, elbows on his desk. "Not exactly. I wanted to see what you would do when faced with a difficult situation. Would you follow the rules or would you make exceptions? Would you do your job or would you worry about offending someone?" "But the video, everyone laughing at me." I know that part wasn't planned. Someone pulled out their phone and things went viral. That's the world we live in now. Jordan's expression softened slightly. But your response to all of it, that's what mattered. You could have called in sick today. You could have quit. Instead, you showed up 30 minutes early, ready to face whatever came next. That tells me everything I need to know about your character. Marcus felt anger bubbling up beneath his confusion. So this was some kind of game to you, testing the new guy to see if he'd embarrass himself. No, Jordan's voice was firm. This was about finding someone with real integrity, someone who doesn't change their behavior based on who's watching or what they might gain. Marcus, do you know how hard it is to find people like that? There are hundreds of security guards. I'm not talking about security guards, I'm talking about leaders. Jordan stood and walked to the wall of jerseys. He stopped in front of his number 23 Bulls jersey. The red and black fabric faded slightly from age. Let me tell you a story. It's about a 15-year-old kid in Wilmington, North Carolina. The year was 1978. Marcus remained silent, watching Jordan's reflection in the glass case. That kid loved basketball more than anything in the world. He lived and breathed the game. He practiced every day after school until the sun went down. He dreamed about playing varsity for Laney High School, about being a star, about making his parents proud. Jordan turned back to Marcus. Tryouts came in the fall of his sophomore year. He was confident, maybe too confident. He'd grown over the summer, worked on his game, knew he was ready. What happened? Marcus asked quietly. Coach Clifton Herring posted the varsity roster on the gym wall. The kid ran to check it, scanning the names from top to bottom. Jordan paused, and for a moment Marcus saw something vulnerable in his eyes, a flash of old pain. His name wasn't there. He'd been cut, assigned to junior varsity instead. Marcus knew the story was about Jordan himself, but he stayed quiet, letting him tell it. His friend Leary Smith made the team. Leary was taller and the coach thought he had more potential. The kid, me, I went home that day and locked myself in my room. I cried, Marcus. I cried like my world had ended. Jordan walked back to his desk and sat down. My mother, Dolores Jordan, she came and sat outside my door. Didn't try to come in, just talked to me through that closed door. She said something I've never forgotten. Michael, you can let this moment define you or you can let it refine you, but you have to choose. What did you choose? Marcus asked, though he already knew the answer. I chose to work every single day, before school, after school, weekends. I made that junior varsity team the best it could be. I practiced harder than anyone else. I pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. And you know what? The next year I made varsity. By senior year, I was one of the best players in the state. Jordan opened the folder again and pulled out a single sheet of paper. But here's what that moment really taught me, Marcus. It taught me that failure isn't the end. It's just information. It tells you where you are and what you need to work on. The question is what you do with that information. He slid the paper across the desk. Marcus picked it up. It was a program outline, Hornets Security Leadership Development Initiative. I've been thinking about this for 2 years, Jordan said. Our security team is good, but it could be great. More importantly, I wanted to create pathways for young people to build real careers, not just jobs. Security, operations, management, all of it. But I needed the right person to help me launch it. Someone who understood what it meant to work hard, to follow principles, to do the right thing even when it's difficult. Marcus read through the outline. It detailed a comprehensive training program, professional development courses, leadership training, conflict resolution, management skills, tuition assistance for college classes. Why me? Marcus asked. I'm nobody. I've been here 3 days. That's exactly why. You don't have bad habits to unlearn. You're not jaded or cynical. You came here wanting to do good work, and that's what you did. Jordan pointed at the paper. I need someone who can learn this program from the ground up, who can eventually teach it to others, who can be an example of what's possible when you combine integrity with opportunity. Mr. Jordan, I barely finished community college. I don't know anything about running programs or teaching people. Neither did I when I started my first business. Neither did I when I bought this team. Jordan's voice carried absolute certainty. But I learned, and you will too. The question isn't whether you're qualified right now. The question is whether you're willing to work to become qualified. Marcus looked down at the program outline, his mind racing. This wasn't just a job offer. This was a complete change in direction for his life. There's someone I want you to meet, Jordan said, standing. He's going to be your mentor in this program. His story might sound familiar. Jordan led Marcus out of the office, down the hallway, and to another door. He knocked twice, then opened it without waiting for an answer. Inside sat a man in his early 50s, Asian features, wearing glasses and a Hornets polo shirt. He looked up from his computer and smiled. Marcus Webb, this is Raymond Chen. He's our director of operations. 25 years ago, he was a security guard at the United Center in Chicago. Raymond stood and extended his hand. Marcus shook it, noticing the firm grip, the confident posture of someone who'd worked hard to get where he was. Nice to meet you, Marcus. I've been waiting for someone like you. Someone like me. Someone who hasn't figured out yet that they're capable of more than they think. Raymond gestured to chairs. Sit down. Let me tell you about the worst day of my life, the day I almost got fired by Michael Jordan. Marcus sat, glancing at Jordan, who remained standing by the door. I came to America from Taiwan when I was 12, Raymond began. Didn't speak English well, struggled in school, worked security at the United Center while going to community college at night. One day during the Bulls championship run in the 90s, a VIP came to the arena. Big donor, wealthy guy, very important. He didn't want to go through the metal detector, said it was beneath him. Said he knew Michael Jordan personally and didn't need to be searched like a common person. What did you do? Marcus asked. I let him through. Made an exception because he was important, because I was scared of causing trouble, because I wanted to keep my job. Raymond's expression grew serious. 2 hours later, Michael called me into his office. He'd seen the whole thing on security cameras. I thought I was finished. But you're still here, Marcus said, because of what Michael said to me that day. Raymond looked at Jordan with obvious respect. He asked me one question. Who's more important, someone with money or someone doing their job with integrity? I learned something that day that changed my entire life. Jordan spoke from the doorway. Raymond worked his way from security guard to supervisor, then to operations manager, and finally to director. It took him 25 years, but he did it through hard work, and by maintaining the integrity he almost lost that day. Raymond nodded. And now it's my job to help you do the same thing, Marcus, but I have to warn you, this won't be easy. You'll work harder than you've ever worked. You'll go to school at night while working full days. You'll study management, leadership, conflict resolution. You'll fail at things. You'll want to quit. But if you stick with it, Jordan added, in 2 years you won't recognize yourself. In 5 years, you'll be leading teams. In 10 years, maybe you'll be sitting in Raymond's chair, mentoring the next person who needs a chance. Marcus looked between the two men, his heart pounding. This was real. This wasn't just about keeping his job, it was about building a future he'd never imagined possible. When do I start? Marcus asked. Jordan smiled, a genuine smile that transformed his serious face. You already started. Yesterday at entrance C, you just didn't know it yet. He walked over and placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. But first, we need to deal with that video. We need to tell your story the right way. And Marcus, you're going to be the one to tell it. Marcus looked up at Michael Jordan, feeling the weight of his hand on his shoulder. Tell my story, you mean like, to the media? Exactly like that, Jordan said. My PR team wants to issue a standard statement. Misunderstanding, everyone's fine moving forward. That's the safe play. But safe doesn't change anything. Safe doesn't inspire anyone. Raymond Chen stood and pulled up something on his computer screen. Marcus, come look at this. Marcus walked over. The screen showed social media feeds, news articles, blog posts, all about yesterday's incident. Raymond scrolled through them slowly. Look at the comments, Raymond said. Really look at them. Marcus read. Honestly, respect to that guard for not making exceptions. This is actually what good security looks like. Meanwhile, my workplace lets VIPs do whatever they want. That guard probably getting fired for doing his job right. That's America. Young brother was just following the rules. Nothing wrong with that. Mixed in were the mocking comments and jokes, but Marcus was surprised by how many people were defending him. People he'd never met, who didn't know his name until yesterday, were arguing on his behalf. You see, Raymond said, you've already started telling a story. The question is whether you want to finish telling it or let everyone else write the ending for you. Jordan moved to the window, looking out over the empty arena. I've been in the public eye for 40 years. I've learned something important. People don't remember what you say about yourself. They remember what you show them through your actions. Yesterday, you showed people something real. Now we build on that. But what do I say? Marcus asked. I'm not good at public speaking. I've never done anything like this. You don't need to be good at it, Jordan said. You just need to be honest. Tell them who you are. Tell them why you did what you did. Tell them about your mother working 3 jobs in Detroit. Tell them about trying to do your job right. People connect with truth, Marcus, not polish. Raymond sat back down and pulled out a notepad. Let me tell you what I learned from my mistake. When I let that VIP through without checking him, I thought I was being smart, practical. Why cause problems over something small? But Michael taught me that nothing is small when it comes to integrity. Every exception you make, every rule you bend, it changes who you are a little bit. Eventually, you don't recognize yourself anymore. Marcus thought about his mother's voice on the phone last night. Rules are rules. She'd raised him to believe that, to understand that people like them, people without money or connections, all they had was their word and their work ethic. You couldn't afford to cut corners when you were already starting behind. Okay, Marcus said. I'll do it, but I need to know something first. He looked directly at Jordan. When you stopped at that entrance yesterday, when you didn't have your ID, was any part of that real? Were you really coming to check on construction? Jordan met his eyes without hesitation. Yes, the construction meeting was real. I genuinely forgot my wallet in my car. The only thing I planned was which entrance I'd use and making sure you were assigned there. Everything else, your response, my reaction, the video, all of it, that was real. And if I just let you through, what then? Then I would have known you weren't the right person for this program, Jordan said simply. I would have walked past, gone to my meeting and kept looking. Were there others? Marcus asked. Other people you tested? Raymond answered this time. 2 others, both in their first week. Different situations, different entrances. One let someone through who claimed to know Mr. Jordan. The other got aggressive and rude when challenged. Neither showed what we were looking for. Marcus absorbed this information. Part of him still felt manipulated, like a piece moved around a chess board without his knowledge. But another part, a growing part, understood what they were trying to build, something bigger than one person's embarrassment. What happens after the press conference? Marcus asked. Jordan returned to his desk and opened the folder again. You continue your current job, but on a modified schedule. 3 days a week on security, 2 days a week training with Raymond. You'll start business courses at UNC Charlotte in January. We'll cover tuition, books, everything. You'll attend leadership seminars, conflict resolution training, professional development workshops. That sounds like a lot, Marcus said quietly. It is a lot, Jordan agreed. It's more work than you've ever done. You'll be exhausted. You'll question whether you can handle it. There will be nights when you're studying at midnight after working all day, and you'll wonder if it's worth it. Raymond nodded. I remember those nights, sitting in my apartment, falling asleep over textbooks, wondering why I was putting myself through this. But you know what kept me going? What? Marcus asked. I kept thinking about who I'd be in 5 years if I quit versus who I'd be if I kept going. Both futures were hard, but only one of them was the kind of hard that built something. Raymond leaned forward. Marcus, being broke and tired while chasing something better is different from being broke and tired with no hope. Trust me, I've been both. Marcus thought about his apartment, his old car, his student loans from community college. He thought about helping his brother DeMarcus with tuition, about wanting to give Keisha the life she deserved, about not wanting to end up like his father, walking away from responsibility because it got too hard. My girlfriend Keisha, she's a teacher, Marcus said. 3rd grade at Eastway Elementary. She works so hard for those kids and she makes nothing. I want to be able to support her dreams too, not just mine. Can I do this and still be there for her? Jordan's expression softened. I won't lie to you, it'll strain your relationship. Long hours, stress, you being distracted and exhausted. But if she's the right person, she'll understand that you're not choosing this over her. You're choosing to become someone who can build a real future with her. She told me last night that I had to face this, Marcus said. She wouldn't let me quit. Smart woman, Raymond said. My wife Rosa almost left me twice during those early years. But she stuck it out, and now our kids are in college, we own our home, and I can honestly say I'm not just working a job, I'm living a life I built. Jordan checked his watch. The press conference is scheduled for 2 p.m. That gives you 3 hours to prepare. Raymond's going to work with you on what to say. I'll be there beside you, but Marcus, this is your moment. You speak from your heart, tell your truth, and let people see who you really are. Marcus took a deep breath. 3 hours ago, he'd walked into this building thinking his life was over. Now he was being offered an opportunity that seemed almost too big to believe in. One more thing, Jordan said as Marcus and Raymond stood to leave. After the press conference after today, I'm going to push you hard. Harder than you've been pushed before. I'm going to demand excellence from you, and I won't accept excuses. If you're late, I'll call you out. If your work is sloppy, you'll redo it. If you cut corners, we're done. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good, because I don't give opportunities like this to be nice. I give them because I believe you can handle them. Don't prove me wrong. Jordan extended his hand. Marcus shook it, feeling the strength in that legendary grip. Now go with Raymond, learn how to tell your story, and Marcus, call your mother, tell her what's happening. She deserves to know her son is about to change his life. Raymond Chen's office was smaller than Jordan's but felt more lived in. Family photos covered one wall, his wife Rosa, 2 college-age kids, vacations at beaches and mountains. Certificates and diplomas hung beside them, documenting Raymond's journey from security guard to director. Sit, Raymond said, gesturing to a chair across from his desk. We've got 2.5 hours. That's enough time if we use it right. Marcus sat, pulling out his phone. Mr. Jordan said I should call my mother first. He's right, make the call, I'll give you privacy. Raymond stepped out, closing the door behind him. Marcus dialed. His mother picked up on the first ring. "Marcus, baby, what happened? Are you okay?" "Mama, I'm more than okay." Marcus felt his voice crack slightly. "I'm still employed. And Mama, Mr. Jordan, he's offering me something. A real opportunity. Training, education, a career path." He explained everything: the test, the program, the press conference coming in a few hours. His mother stayed quiet, listening the way she always did when something important was happening. "So he planned it," Linda Webb finally said. "He set you up to see how you'd react." "Yes, ma'am. And you did exactly what I raised you to do. You followed the rules and kept your dignity." "I guess so." Marcus Anthony Webb, there's no guessing about it. That man saw something in you worth testing. That's a blessing, baby. Don't you dare doubt that. His mother's voice grew thick with emotion. "Your father walked away from hard things, from responsibility, from us. You've never done that. You've always faced what came, even when it hurt. This is why. This moment right here is why you don't run." Marcus wiped his eyes. "I'm scared, Mama. What if I mess this up? What if I'm not smart enough or good enough?" "Then you'll learn and get better. That's what you've always done." Linda paused. "I'm proud of you, son. I've always been proud of you, but today especially. You go to that press conference and you tell those people who Marcus Webb is. You hear me?" "Yes, ma'am, I hear you." After they hung up, Marcus sat for a moment, letting his mother's words settle into his bones. Raymond knocked and came back in, ready to work. For the next 2 hours, Raymond walked Marcus through what to expect. The media room would be full: local news, sports reporters, maybe even national outlets, cameras and microphones everywhere. Jordan would speak first, then turn it over to Marcus. "Don't memorize a speech," Raymond advised. "That'll sound fake. Instead, know the key points you want to hit: who you are, why you did what you did, what this opportunity means to you. The rest will come naturally if you speak from truth." They practiced questions reporters might ask. "Do you feel like you were set up? Are you angry about being tested? What do you say to people who think this is just a publicity stunt?" Marcus stumbled through answers at first, trying to sound professional and polished. Raymond stopped him. "Marcus, stop trying to sound like someone you're not. When I ask you why you checked Mr. Jordan's ID, what's the real answer?" "Because that's my job," Marcus said simply. "There, that's all you need. The truth is always simpler than the performance." At 1:30, Jordan's assistant Mrs. Davis came to escort them to the media room. Marcus's palms were sweating. His heart hammered against his ribs. Raymond put a hand on his shoulder. "Breathe. You've already done the hard part. Today is just explaining it." The media room was exactly as intimidating as Marcus feared. Rows of chairs filled with reporters, cameras on tripods, lights bright enough to make him squint. A podium stood at the front with 2 microphones and the Hornets logo behind it. Marcus counted at least 30 people, all staring at him as he entered. Jordan was already there, talking quietly with his PR director, a sharp woman named Angela Reeves. She looked Marcus up and down and gave a small nod of approval. "You clean up well," she said. "Remember, you're not on trial here, you're telling your story. Own it." At exactly 2 p.m., Jordan stepped to the podium. The room quieted instantly. Cameras clicked and whirred. "Thank you all for coming," Jordan began. "I'm sure you've all seen the video from yesterday. Some of you found it funny. Some found it embarrassing. I found it necessary." That got the reporters' attention. Pencils moved across notepads. Fingers typed on laptops. "This young man beside me is Marcus Webb," Jordan continued, gesturing to Marcus. 3 days ago, I hired him as a security guard. Yesterday, he stopped me from entering my own building because I didn't have proper identification. Today, I'm here to tell you why that was exactly the right thing to do." Jordan explained his vision for the security leadership program, the need for integrity-based hiring, the importance of finding people who follow principles over personalities. He spoke for 5 minutes, commanding the room the way he'd once commanded basketball courts. "But this isn't my story to tell," Jordan said. "It's Marcus's. I'm going to let him speak for himself." Jordan stepped aside. Marcus approached the podium on shaking legs. He gripped the edges to steady his hands. The room waited. "My name is Marcus Webb," he began, his voice quieter than he intended. He cleared his throat and tried again. "My name is Marcus Webb. I'm 24 years old. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. My mother raised me and my younger brother by herself, working 3 jobs most of my childhood." Marcus looked out at the faces watching him. Some looked skeptical, some looked curious, some looked kind. "I didn't recognize Mr. Jordan yesterday. I know that sounds impossible to some of you, but I didn't grow up watching basketball. I grew up working, stocking shelves, delivering papers, doing whatever I could to help my mother pay bills. Sports were something other kids had time for." A few reporters nodded, writing quickly. "When that man approached the VIP entrance without identification, I didn't see Michael Jordan. I saw someone trying to enter a restricted area without proper credentials. So I did my job. I asked for ID. When he didn't have it, I didn't let him through." Marcus paused. "I didn't do it to be difficult or to embarrass anyone. I did it because that's what I was trained to do. That's what I was hired to do. And my mother raised me to believe that if something is worth doing, you do it right." The room was completely silent now. Even the camera clicking had stopped. "I won't lie to you, yesterday was the worst day of my life. I went home thinking I'd thrown away a good job. I watched that video go viral and felt humiliated. I didn't sleep. I wrote a resignation letter." Marcus looked at Jordan, who nodded encouragingly. "But my girlfriend tore it up. She told me to face this with the same integrity I showed at that entrance. So I'm here." Marcus took a breath and continued. "Mr. Jordan told me this morning that yesterday was a test. At first I felt betrayed, like I'd been used. But the more I think about it, the more I realize something. We're all being tested every single day. Every time we choose between what's easy and what's right. Every time we decide whether to make an exception or follow through. Life is testing us constantly. We just don't always know it." A reporter in the front row was wiping her eyes. Marcus saw it and felt his own eyes sting. "Mr. Jordan is giving me an opportunity I never dreamed possible. Training, education, a real career path. But he didn't give it to me because he felt sorry for me. He's giving it to me because I did my job with integrity when no one expected anything from me. And that's what I'm going to keep doing for however long this opportunity lasts." Marcus stepped back from the microphone. The room erupted with raised hands and shouted questions. Jordan stepped forward, raising his hand for quiet. "We'll take a few questions." "Yes, Sarah." A woman from ESPN stood. "Mr. Jordan, are you concerned that people will see this as a publicity stunt, using Marcus's situation for positive press?" Jordan's expression hardened slightly. "If I wanted publicity, I'd have done something easier. This is about building something real, a program that creates pathways for people like Marcus. People who have character but need opportunity. If that generates positive press, fine. But that's not why we're doing it." Another reporter stood. "Marcus, do you feel like you were manipulated?" Marcus thought carefully before answering. "I feel like I was given a chance to show who I really am when the pressure was on. Most people don't get that. Most people just get fired or passed over and nobody ever knows what they were capable of. So no, I don't feel manipulated. I feel seen." More hands shot up. A young black reporter from the Charlotte Observer stood. "Marcus, what do you say to other young people from backgrounds like yours who feel like they'll never get opportunities like this?" Marcus leaned back to the microphone. I say do your job right even when nobody's watching. Treat people with respect even when they can't do anything for you. Follow the rules even when it would be easier not to. Because you never know when someone is paying attention. You never know when your moment is coming. Just be ready when it does. The room burst into more questions, but Jordan raised his hand again. That's all for today. Thank you for coming. We'll have more details about the leadership program as it develops. As they left the podium, Marcus felt hands patting his back. Angela Reeves smiled at him. You did good, kid. Real good. In the hallway outside, away from cameras, Jordan turned to Marcus. How do you feel? Like I just ran a marathon, Marcus admitted. Get used to that feeling. This is just the beginning. Jordan's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and his expression shifted, something Marcus couldn't read. Marcus, there's someone here who wants to meet you. She's been watching the press conference from the back of the room. Jordan led him to a small office where a woman in her 50s waited, wearing jeans and a Detroit Lions sweatshirt, her eyes red from crying. Mama, Marcus's voice broke. Linda Webb crossed the room in 3 steps and wrapped her son in her arms. I drove through the night. Wasn't going to miss this. Wasn't going to let my baby face this alone. Marcus held his mother, this woman who'd given him everything, who'd worked herself to exhaustion to give him chances, who'd taught him that character mattered more than comfort. I'm so proud of you, she whispered. So proud. Jordan watched from the doorway, then quietly slipped out, leaving them alone. In the hallway, Raymond Chen waited. He's going to make it, Raymond said. I can see it. Jordan nodded. Yeah, he is. Now comes the real test. Can he handle success as well as he handled humiliation? Only one way to find out, Raymond said. Jordan looked back toward the office where Marcus held his mother. We start Monday, 8 a.m. Time to see what he's really made of. 6 months later, Marcus Webb's life had become a blur of early mornings, long days and late nights hunched over textbooks. His alarm screamed at 5 a.m. every weekday. Marcus would roll out of bed in the darkness, careful not to wake Keisha, and force himself into workout clothes. Jordan had been clear. If you can't discipline your body, you can't discipline your mind. So Marcus ran 3 miles every morning through the quiet Charlotte streets, his breath making clouds in the January cold. By 6:30, he was showered and dressed, gulping down breakfast while reviewing notes from the previous night's reading. Management theory, conflict resolution strategies, organizational leadership, subjects he'd never imagined studying. At 7:15, he kissed Keisha goodbye and drove to Spectrum Center. His days now split between 2 worlds. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays he worked security, but not at entrances anymore. Jordan and Raymond had him rotating through every position, monitoring security cameras, coordinating with Charlotte police on game days, managing staff schedules, handling VIP protection details. Each rotation taught him a different piece of how the system worked. Tuesdays and Thursdays, he shadowed Raymond Chen, learning operations management, how to handle vendor contracts, how to coordinate with different departments, how to solve problems before they became crises. Raymond was patient but demanding, expecting Marcus to take detailed notes and ask intelligent questions. Don't just learn what we do, Raymond told him repeatedly. Learn why we do it. The what changes, the why stays constant. But the real challenge came at night. 3 evenings a week, Marcus drove to UNC Charlotte for classes. Introduction to Business Management, Organizational Behavior, Professional Communication. He sat in classrooms with students 5 years younger, most of them straight from high school, none of them working full-time jobs. The coursework was harder than anything Marcus had faced at community college. His first management exam came back with a 67, barely passing. Marcus stared at the red marks covering his paper, feeling the familiar sting of not being good enough. He'd sat in his car after that class, the exam crumpled in his fist, and seriously considered quitting. This was too much. He wasn't smart enough. He didn't belong here. His phone had rung. "Jordan, Raymond told me about your exam." Marcus closed his eyes. "I studied, Mr. Jordan. I really did. Are you coming to work tomorrow?" The question threw him. "Yes, sir, of course." "Then I'll see you at 8 a.m. Bring the exam." Jordan had hung up without another word. The next morning, Marcus arrived at Jordan's office with the failed exam. Jordan took it, read through it slowly, then looked up. "You know what I see here?" "Failure," Marcus said quietly. "I see someone who got 67% of complex material correct while working 50 hours a week and running on 5 hours of sleep." Jordan tossed the exam back across the desk. "That's not failure, Marcus. That's a starting point. Now, what are you going to do about it?" "I don't know. Study harder, I guess." "Wrong. You're going to study smarter. Raymond struggled with coursework too. He's going to teach you how to study efficiently. But Marcus, I need to know, are you in this or not? Because if you're going to quit every time something is hard, tell me now. Save us both the time." The words stung, but they also ignited something in Marcus. "I'm not quitting." "Good. Then stop feeling sorry for yourself and start problem solving. That's what leaders do." Raymond had indeed helped, teaching Marcus study techniques he'd never learned. How to take better notes, how to connect concepts instead of memorizing facts, how to manage his time more efficiently. Marcus's next exam score was an 81. The one after that, an 87. But the success came at a cost. Keisha grew quieter. Marcus missed dinners she'd cooked. He fell asleep during movies they'd planned to watch together. When they did talk, he was distracted, his mind on assignments or work problems. One February evening, Marcus came home at 11 p.m. after a study session. Keisha sat at their small kitchen table, still in her teaching clothes from that morning. "We need to talk," she said. Those 4 words every relationship feared. Marcus felt his stomach drop. "Keisha, I know I've been absent." "Marcus, I barely see you anymore. When you are here, you're not really here. You're thinking about work or school or whatever Jordan told you to do next." Her voice cracked. "I supported this because I believed in you. I still believe in you. But I need to know, is there any room left in your life for me?" Marcus sat down across from her, seeing for the first time how tired she looked. Keisha gave everything to her 3rd graders, coming home exhausted every day, and instead of having a partner to lean on, she had a ghost who floated through their apartment. "I'm sorry," Marcus said. "I'm so sorry. I've been selfish." "You're not selfish. You're chasing something important." Keisha wiped her eyes. "But Marcus, I can't be in a relationship by myself. I need you to figure out how to balance this. Because right now, you're choosing everything else over us." The conversation had lasted until 2 a.m. They'd both cried. Marcus had almost decided to quit the program right then to choose Keisha over everything else. But she'd stopped him. "Don't quit for me," she'd said firmly. "That'll just make you resent me later. Figure out how to do both. You're smart enough. You work hard enough. You just have to want to." The next day, Marcus went to Raymond's office and admitted he was struggling. Not just with coursework, with everything. Raymond had listened, then shared his own story. 5 years into my journey, Rosa gave me an ultimatum. Either I figured out how to be a husband and a student and a worker, or she was leaving. She wasn't bluffing. Raymond pulled out his phone and showed Marcus his calendar. "See this? Every Sunday afternoon blocked off. That's family time. No work, no studying, no phone calls. Just Rosa and me, and now the kids. Has been for 20 years. But what if something comes up at work? Then someone else handles it. Marcus, you know what Jordan taught me?" he said. "If you can't step away from work for one afternoon, you're not building a career, you're building a prison." Raymond closed his calendar. You need to create boundaries. Schedule time with Keisha the same way you schedule everything else. And when you're with her, be with her. No phone, no laptop, no thinking about tomorrow's assignments. Marcus had taken the advice. Every Saturday morning became his and Keisha's time. Breakfast at their favorite diner, walks through Freedom Park, afternoons where they did nothing productive and everything important. It wasn't much, but it was sacred. Marcus protected those hours like Jordan protected his reputation. Slowly, Keisha's smiles returned. The distance between them closed, but other relationships suffered. Marcus's brother DeMarcus called less frequently. When they did talk, there was a new awkwardness. DeMarcus was struggling in his classes at UNC Chapel Hill, stressed about money, needing guidance. But Marcus was so consumed with his own challenges that he'd become the distant older brother, too busy to really listen. "You're different now," DeMarcus said during one tense phone call in March. "Ever since Jordan picked you, it's like you're too important for regular people." "That's not fair," Marcus protested. "I'm trying to build something." "I know, for you. What about us? What about Mom working herself to death in Detroit? What about me trying to figure out college with nobody helping?" DeMarcus's voice rose. "You got your golden ticket. Good for you. Some of us are still struggling." The call had ended badly. Marcus tried calling back several times, but DeMarcus didn't answer. The guilt sat heavy in Marcus's chest for weeks. At work, not everyone celebrated Marcus's opportunity either. Some of the veteran security guards resented his rapid advancement. Dennis Clark, who'd worked at the arena for 12 years, made his feelings known. "Must be nice," Dennis said one day in the break room, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Work here 3 days, mess up on camera, and suddenly you're Jordan's pet project. Meanwhile, those of us who have been doing this job right for years get nothing." Marcus tried to respond, but Dennis walked away. Others avoided eye contact. Marcus realized with a sinking feeling that his opportunity had created resentment. People saw him as getting special treatment, not earning anything. He mentioned it to Raymond during a training session. "Welcome to leadership," Raymond said without sympathy. "You think everyone cheered when I got promoted? Half the staff thought I didn't deserve it, thought I was Jordan's charity case. You know what changed their minds?" "What?" "Results and time. Keep doing excellent work. Treat everyone with respect, even people who resent you. Eventually, most of them come around. The ones who don't, that's their choice, not your problem." Still, the isolation stung. Marcus found himself eating lunch alone, working in silence, feeling the weight of jealous stares. Through it all, Jordan watched. He didn't offer comfort or sympathy. Instead, he pushed harder. In April, Jordan called Marcus into his office and dropped a thick binder on the desk. "Security Protocol Manual. It's outdated. I want you to rewrite it. You've got 3 weeks." Marcus flipped through the binder, 200 pages of dense policies and procedures. "Mr. Jordan, I'm not qualified to." "Then figure out how to become qualified. Talk to Raymond. Interview the security staff. Research best practices at other arenas. Make it better than what we have." "But my classes, my regular work." "Are you saying you can't handle it?" Jordan's eyes were sharp, challenging. Marcus thought about quitting. Thought about how much easier life would be if he just went back to being a regular security guard, working his shifts, going home, living simply. No pressure, no expectations, no constant feeling of drowning. But then he thought about his mother driving through the night to see him at that press conference. He thought about Keisha tearing up his resignation letter. He thought about the kids who'd written him letters saying his story inspired them. "No, sir. I can handle it." "Good, because I don't give assignments I don't think you can complete. I'm hard on you because I know what you're capable of. The question is whether you know it yet." Marcus worked on that manual every spare moment for 3 weeks. He interviewed 40 staff members. He researched protocols from NBA arenas across the country. He stayed up until 2 a.m. writing and revising. He missed one of his Saturday mornings with Keisha, promising to make it up to her. He turned it in on the deadline, exhausted and uncertain. 2 days later, Jordan called him back to his office. The rewritten manual sat on his desk. "Sit down, Marcus." Marcus sat, bracing himself for criticism. Jordan opened the manual to a page marked with a sticky note. "This section on de-escalation techniques. Where'd you get this?" "I researched conflict resolution studies. Found some university papers on nonviolent communication. Adapted them for our context." Jordan flipped to another marked page. "And this part about building trust with venue guests came from interviews with our staff. People had good ideas that weren't in the old manual. I just organized them." Jordan closed the manual and looked at Marcus for a long moment. Then he did something Marcus had never seen. He smiled. A real, genuine smile. "This is excellent work, Marcus. Better than I expected. We're going to implement this manual starting next month." Jordan paused. "You ready for what comes next?" "What comes next?" "You're going to train the entire security staff on these new protocols. You wrote it, you teach it." Marcus felt panic rise in his chest. "Mr. Jordan, they already resent me. If I'm standing in front of them trying to teach, then you'll earn their respect by showing you know what you're talking about." Jordan's voice was firm. "Marcus, leadership isn't comfortable. It's not supposed to be. But you just proved you can do work at a higher level. Now prove you can communicate it." As Marcus left the office, Raymond was waiting in the hallway. He'd clearly heard the conversation. "Congratulations," Raymond said. "Your real education is about to begin." "I don't know if I can do this," Marcus admitted. "Good. That means you're taking it seriously." Raymond started walking and Marcus fell into step beside him. "Let me tell you what Jordan told me when I had to give my first presentation. He said, 'If you're not scared, you're not reaching far enough.'" That night, Marcus came home to find Keisha grading papers at their kitchen table. He sat down beside her, suddenly overwhelmed by everything: the opportunity, the pressure, the fear, the exhaustion. "I'm scared," he said quietly. Keisha put down her red pen and took his hand. "Good. That means what you're doing matters. My kids are only scared of things they care about. Being scared means you're invested." "What if I fail?" "Then you'll learn something and try again. Marcus, you've already survived the worst moment. That video, the humiliation, thinking your career was over. Everything since then is you building something. Don't stop now." Marcus squeezed her hand, drawing strength from this woman who'd stood by him through everything. Outside their window, Charlotte glowed with city lights. Somewhere in that glow was Spectrum Center, where Marcus Webb, kid from Detroit who didn't know basketball, who'd worked 3 jobs to help his mother, who'd stopped Michael Jordan at a doorway, was becoming someone new. Someone he didn't quite recognize yet but was learning to believe in. The hard work had begun, but Marcus was still standing. Still showing up, still refusing to quit. And that, he was learning, was sometimes the only victory that mattered. March 2020 brought news that felt distant at first. A virus spreading in China, cases appearing in Europe, something called COVID-19 that most Americans assumed would stay overseas. Marcus had been so consumed with his training and coursework that he barely paid attention to the headlines. He was preparing for his first training presentation, scheduled for late March. 30 security staff members would sit in a conference room while he taught them the new protocols he'd written. The thought kept him awake at night. Then, on March 11th, everything changed. The NBA suspended its season. Marcus was working security during a Hornets game when the announcement came through. Players stopped warming up. Coaches huddled with officials. The arena, half full of fans, buzzed with confusion. Then came the announcement: the game was postponed. Everyone needed to go home. By the end of that week, North Carolina's governor ordered non-essential businesses to close. Spectrum Center went dark. No games, no events, no construction crews, just emergency lighting in empty hallways. Marcus stood in the parking lot on Friday afternoon, watching staff file out to their cars, many of them in tears. Janet Torres, the security supervisor who'd been there the day Marcus stopped Jordan, walked past carrying a box of her desk belongings. "They're laying people off," she said, her voice hollow. 30% of arena staff, gone just like that. Marcus felt his stomach drop. "Am I?" "I don't know. They're calling people this weekend. God help us all." Janet got in her car and drove away. That night, Marcus and Keisha sat on their couch watching the news. Schools were closing. Keisha would be teaching online starting Monday. The governor was telling people to stay home, avoid gatherings, wash their hands constantly. "What if they close your program?" Keisha asked quietly. "What if Jordan decides it's not worth keeping you on?" Marcus had been wondering the same thing. The training he was supposed to deliver canceled. The night classes at UNC Charlotte moving online. Everything he'd built over the past 6 months felt like sand slipping through his fingers. His phone rang. "Jordan." "Marcus, you watching the news?" "Yes, sir." "Can you be at the arena tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Conference Room B?" "Of course." "Am I?" Marcus couldn't finish the question. "Just be there." Jordan hung up. Marcus couldn't sleep that night. He lay in the darkness, listening to Keisha breathe beside him, wondering if tomorrow would be the day his opportunity ended. 6 months of early mornings, late nights, sacrifice, strain, all about to evaporate because of a virus that hadn't even existed when this journey began. Saturday morning, Marcus drove through eerily empty Charlotte streets. Businesses were closed. The few people outside wore masks. The whole city felt like it was holding its breath. Inside Spectrum Center, emergency lights cast strange shadows. Marcus found Conference Room B. Inside sat Jordan, Raymond Chen, and Angela Reeves, the PR director. All wore masks. A bottle of hand sanitizer sat in the middle of the table. "Sit down, Marcus," Jordan said. 6 feet away, please." Marcus sat, his heart pounding. "You're probably wondering if you still have a job," Jordan began. "The answer is yes. Everyone in this program keeps their position. Full salary, full benefits, that's not negotiable." Marcus felt relief flood through him, so powerful he almost couldn't speak. "Thank you, sir. Jordan held up a hand. "Don't thank me yet. We're not doing this out of charity. We're doing it because quitting in a crisis isn't how I operate. But things are going to change. Your training presentation, on hold indefinitely. Your in-person classes, online now. Your work schedule, we'll figure that out." Raymond spoke next. "The arena is mostly closed, but we need minimal security staff on rotating shifts. You'll work 1 week on, 2 weeks off. During off weeks, you'll continue training remotely with me. Video calls, assignments, readings." "The leadership program continues," Jordan said firmly. "Maybe it looks different now, but it continues. Because Marcus, life doesn't stop when things get hard. It tests whether you're serious about what you're building." Angela Reeves leaned forward. "We're also launching a community initiative. Food distribution for Charlotte families affected by the pandemic. We need volunteers from staff who want to help. Interested?" "Absolutely," Marcus said without hesitation. Over the following weeks, Marcus's life shifted into a strange new rhythm. 1 week he'd work overnight security shifts at the empty arena, walking through silent hallways where thousands usually cheered. 2 weeks he'd stay home, attending Raymond's training sessions via Zoom, completing coursework online, feeling disconnected from everything. The hardest part was the isolation. Keisha was home teaching 3rd graders through a laptop, trying to keep 8-year-olds engaged through computer screens. She was stressed, exhausted, frustrated by technology that didn't work in kids who couldn't focus. Marcus tried to help, but he had his own struggles, online classes that felt impersonal, training that lacked hands-on experience, a constant worry about his mother back in Detroit. Linda Webb worked at a hospital cafeteria. She was considered essential. Every day she went to work, serving food to healthcare workers treating COVID patients, exposing herself to risk because she needed the paycheck. Marcus called her every other day. "Mama, you should quit. I can send you money." "With what, baby? You're barely making it yourself." "I'm fine. I wear my mask. I'm careful." But Marcus heard the fear in her voice. He lay awake at night imagining his mother getting sick, dying alone in a hospital because he wasn't there, because he'd chosen this opportunity in Charlotte over being close to family. His brother DeMarcus came home from UNC Chapel Hill when the campus closed. He was back in their small Detroit apartment with their mother, trying to do college coursework in his old bedroom, increasingly frustrated and directionless. What's even the point? DeMarcus said during a video call in April, "I'm taking classes online, learning nothing, going into debt for a degree that might not matter. Meanwhile, you've got Michael Jordan mentoring you personally. Some people get all the luck." "It's not luck," Marcus said, stung. "I'm working hard for this." "Yeah, from the safety of your apartment while mom risks her life serving food to sick people. Real heroic, Marcus." The call ended badly. Again. Marcus tried to reach out several times, but DeMarcus stopped answering. The guilt ate at Marcus. He was safe in Charlotte with Keisha while his family struggled in Detroit. What kind of son, what kind of brother put his own ambitions ahead of his family? But then the community food distribution program began, and Marcus found purpose again. Every Thursday, Hornet staff, including Jordan himself, gathered at Spectrum Center to load trucks with food donated by local organizations. They drive to neighborhoods across Charlotte, setting up distribution points where families could get groceries. Many had lost jobs. Many were scared. Many were hungry. Marcus worked those distributions every week he wasn't on security duty. He'd hand boxes to single mothers, elderly couples, teenagers trying to feed younger siblings. He saw his own family's struggles reflected in their faces. And he saw Jordan work beside him, never asking for special treatment, loading heavy boxes despite being 57 years old, talking to families with genuine concern. One Thursday in May, an older black woman approached the distribution table. She wore a mask and gloves, her eyes tired but grateful. Marcus handed her a box of groceries. "Thank you, baby," she said. "You don't know what this means. I lost my job at the hotel. My daughter lost hers at the restaurant. We got 3 grandkids to feed." "We're here every week, ma'am," Marcus said. "Come back whenever you need." She nodded, then looked closer at Marcus's face. "Wait, you're that young man from the video, the one who stopped Michael Jordan." Marcus felt his face warm. "Yes, ma'am. My grandson showed me that. He's 14, thinks he knows everything, always cutting corners and making excuses. But I showed him your story. Told him that's what integrity looks like, doing your job right even when it's hard. You made an impression on him, on me too." She squeezed Marcus's hand. "Keep being who you are, baby. World needs more of that." After she left, Jordan walked over. He'd heard the exchange. "That's why we do this," Jordan said quietly. "Not the basketball or the business or the fame. This, making life a little better for people who need it." Through the spring and summer of 2020, as the pandemic raged and the world felt like it was ending, Marcus found something unexpected: the time and space to deepen his learning. Raymond's remote training was intensive. Without the distraction of a busy arena, they focused on leadership theory, crisis management, long-term strategic thinking. Marcus read books he'd never have had time for: biographies of leaders, business case studies, philosophy on ethics and decision-making. Coursework improved too. Online classes were easier to fit into his schedule. He could rewatch lectures when he struggled with concepts. His grades climbed all A's and B's by summer semester. And with more time at home, Marcus's relationship with Keisha strengthened. They cooked together, took long walks through their neighborhood, both masked, waving to neighbors from safe distances, talked about the future, not just his career, but their life together. "I want to marry you," Marcus said one evening in June. They were sitting on their apartment balcony, watching the sunset paint Charlotte's skyline in orange and pink. Keisha turned to him, surprised. "Is that a proposal?" "Not yet. I don't have a ring. I don't have enough saved. But Keisha, I want you to know, when this is over, when life goes back to normal, I'm going to ask you properly. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret saying yes." Keisha's eyes filled with tears. "Marcus Webb, I've never regretted you. Not once. Not even when you're driving me crazy with your studying and your schedules and your Jordan worship." They laughed and Marcus held her, feeling blessed despite everything: the pandemic, the isolation, the uncertainty. In August, Jordan called a Zoom meeting with all leadership program participants. Marcus was one of 8 now. The program had expanded to include other promising staff members from different departments. "This has been the hardest year any of us have faced," Jordan said, his face filling the screen. "Businesses closing, jobs lost, people dying. It would be easy to give up, to say this isn't the right time for development programs or leadership training. But that's exactly wrong. Crisis is when leadership matters most. Crisis reveals who you really are." Jordan looked directly at the camera, and Marcus felt like he was looking straight at him. "When the arena reopens, we're going to need leaders who didn't just survive this pandemic, leaders who grew during it. People who used this time to learn, to serve, to become better than they were before. That's what I expect from each of you." The meeting ended and Marcus sat staring at his computer screen. Outside his window, Charlotte continued its slow emergence from lockdown. Restaurants were opening at limited capacity. Some businesses were returning. There was talk of the NBA season resuming in a bubble with no fans. His phone buzzed. A text from Raymond: "Call me when you can." Marcus called immediately. "Everything okay?" "Better than okay. Jordan wants to move forward with your training presentation. November, assuming the arena is open for staff. You'll teach the new security protocols to the full team. Are you ready?" Marcus thought about the past 6 months, the fear and isolation, the growth and learning, the community service and deepened relationships. The nights he'd spent refining that training, imagining how to deliver it effectively. "Yes," Marcus said, "I'm ready." "Good, because this time it's really happening. No more delays. You're going to stand in front of 30 people who have worked here longer than you, some of whom resent you, and you're going to teach them. You ready for that pressure?" Marcus remembered the woman at the food distribution, telling him about her grandson who'd been inspired by his story. He thought about Keisha, believing in him even when he doubted himself. He thought about his mother, risking her health every day because that's what responsibility looked like. "Raymond, I spent 6 months preparing for this moment. I spent a pandemic growing into someone who can handle it. So yeah, I'm ready. More than ready." "That's what I wanted to hear. See you Monday. In person this time. Things are finally moving forward again." That night, Marcus updated his training materials, incorporating lessons from the pandemic: crisis management, adaptability, leading through uncertainty. His presentation was better now than it would have been in March. The delay hadn't weakened it. The delay had refined it, just like the pandemic hadn't weakened Marcus. It had refined him. In December 2020, vaccines were announced. Hope flickered back to life. The NBA season would resume in 2021, with fans eventually returning. Spectrum Center would reopen. Life would rebuild. And Marcus Webb, the kid who'd stopped Michael Jordan at an entrance 18 months ago, would be ready to step into the next chapter of his journey, not just as someone who'd survived a global crisis, but as someone who'd used it to become exactly who he was meant to be. March 2021. Spectrum Center buzzed with life again. Marcus stood in conference room A, setting up his laptop and checking the projector for the third time. In 20 minutes, 30 security staff members would file in for the training he'd been preparing for since last year. His hands trembled slightly as he arranged handouts on each chair. The door opened. Raymond Chen entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee. "Thought you might need this," Raymond said, handing one to Marcus. "How you feeling?" "Terrified," Marcus admitted. "What if they don't listen? What if I mess up? What if?" "Marcus, stop." Raymond set his coffee down and looked him in the eye. "You know this material better than anyone. You wrote it. You lived it. You spent a year and a half preparing for this moment. Trust your preparation." Marcus nodded, taking a sip of coffee to calm his nerves. Through the conference room windows, he could see arena staff moving through hallways again, preparing for the season restart. Limited fans would be allowed starting next month. Life was slowly, carefully returning to normal. The door opened again. Janet Torres entered, followed by Dennis Clark and other security staff. They filled the room, taking seats, some chatting quietly, others checking phones. Dennis saw Marcus at the front and his expression hardened. He took a seat in the back row, arms crossed. Marcus recognized the body language, skepticism, resistance, maybe even hostility. His stomach knotted, more people filed in. Some faces were friendly, others neutral. A few looked openly doubtful that someone who'd worked here less than 2 years had anything valuable to teach them. At exactly 9 a.m., Jordan entered. He didn't sit. He stood at the back of the room, arms folded, watching. Marcus felt the weight of that gaze. Raymond nodded to Marcus. Time to begin. Marcus took a breath and stepped to the front. 30 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "Good morning. My name is Marcus Webb. I've been with the Hornets for 18 months. Some of you know me. Some of you remember the video of me stopping Mr. Jordan at entrance C." A few people chuckled. Marcus smiled slightly. "That was my 3rd day on the job. Today, I'm here to teach you the new security protocols we'll be implementing starting next month." Dennis's expression didn't change. Marcus pushed forward. "Before we dive into procedures, I want to tell you why we're making these changes. Not the official reason, you can read that in the manual. The real reason." Marcus clicked to his first slide. "How many of you have worked security at other venues? Other arenas, stadiums, concert halls?" About half the room raised hands. And how many of those places had different rules for different people? VIPs who didn't go through metal detectors. Staff who could bring in bags without being checked. Security protocols that bent depending on who was asking. More hands went up. People nodded, recognizing the pattern. That's what we're changing here. Not because the old way was necessarily wrong, but because inconsistency creates problems. It creates resentment. It makes our jobs harder. And most importantly, it makes us less effective at our actual purpose, keeping everyone safe. Marcus saw a few people lean forward, interested now. Even Dennis uncrossed his arms slightly. For the next 2 hours, Marcus walked them through the new protocols. He explained the reasoning behind each change. He used real examples from other arenas where security had failed because of exceptions and special treatment. He showed statistics on incident reduction when protocols were applied consistently. But more than that, he talked about dignity. Every person who comes through our doors, from Michael Jordan to someone buying a $10 ticket in the upper deck, deserves the same respect and the same treatment. Not because it's nice, because it's right. Because the moment we start deciding who's important enough to follow the rules and who isn't, we've failed at our job. Janet Torres raised her hand. "Marcus, I appreciate what you're saying, but reality is we do have VIPs. We do have staff who need quick access. How do we balance protocol with practicality? It was a fair question. Marcus had prepared for it. Great question. The answer isn't eliminating accommodations for people who need them. The answer is creating clear, consistent processes that everyone follows. VIPs get expedited screening, but they still get screened. Staff get badge access, but badges still get checked. The protocol is the same. The execution is just more efficient. He walked them through the new VIP process, showing how it maintained security while respecting people's time. Several staff members nodded appreciatively. The morning session ended at 11:30. Raymond called a break. People stood, stretching, some heading for coffee. A few approached Marcus with questions. He answered each one carefully, referencing specific sections of the manual. Dennis Clark stood near the back, talking quietly with two other veteran guards. They kept glancing at Marcus, their expressions unreadable. During lunch, Marcus sat with Raymond in a small office off the conference room. "How am I doing?" "Better than good. You're engaging them, making them think. That's all you can ask." Raymond bit into his sandwich. "But the afternoon will be harder. That's when you do the role-playing scenarios. That's when they'll really test you." Marcus had designed 10 security scenarios, situations where staff would have to apply the new protocols under pressure. Trainees would act out responses, and Marcus would provide feedback. It was the most interactive part of the training, and the part where his inexperience would be most obvious if he stumbled. The afternoon session began at 1 p.m. Marcus divided the room into groups of 3, assigning each group a scenario. The first involved a celebrity arriving late without proper credentials. The second involved a staff member trying to bring in a prohibited item. Others covered medical emergencies, suspicious behavior, and conflict between guests. Groups began acting out their scenarios. Marcus moved between them, observing, taking notes. Some groups followed the protocols perfectly. Others improvised, falling back on old habits. Then came Dennis Clark's group. Their scenario: a major donor arrives demanding special entrance, claiming he's late for a meeting with ownership and doesn't have time for standard screening. Dennis played the security guard. His partner played the angry donor. "Sir, I'm going to need you to step through the metal detector," Dennis said. "Do you know who I am? I donate 6 figures to this organization. I don't have time for this nonsense. Let me through." Dennis hesitated. Marcus could see him thinking, weighing options. Then Dennis did something unexpected. He stayed firm. "Sir, I appreciate your support of the team, but for everyone's safety, including yours, I need you to go through screening. It'll take 30 seconds. I can call ahead to let them know you're coming, but the protocol doesn't change." The donor character sputtered and complained, but Dennis held his ground. Eventually, the scenario ended with the donor going through proper screening, still angry but compliant. The room was quiet. Everyone had watched, curious how this would play out. Marcus walked to the front. "Dennis, can you tell us why you handled it that way?" Dennis stood, his expression guarded. "Because that's what the protocol says. No exceptions." "That's right, but was it easy?" "No. That kind of donor can get you fired if he complains to the right person." "Exactly, that's the real test. Not knowing the protocol, that's the easy part. Actually following it when there's pressure to make an exception. When your job might be on the line, that's leadership." Marcus paused, making sure everyone was listening. "Dennis has worked here 12 years. He's seen things I haven't. He has experience I don't. But what he just demonstrated is that experience plus integrity equals real security. That's what we're building here." Something shifted in Dennis's face. The hardness softened slightly. He nodded once and sat down. Other groups presented their scenarios. Marcus provided feedback, specific, constructive, never condescending. He praised good decisions and explained why certain approaches were problematic, always tying back to the core principles in the manual. By 3 p.m., the training was winding down. Marcus displayed his final slide, a quote he'd found during his studies. Leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. That's from Simon Sinek, Marcus said, and it applies to security work more than you might think. Our job isn't to boss people around or flex authority. Our job is to take care of everyone in this building, guests, staff, performers, everyone. We do that by following consistent protocols that apply to all people equally. That's how we honor the responsibility we've been given. The room was silent. Marcus felt the weight of the moment. Questions. A younger guard in the front raised her hand. Marcus, when you stopped Mr. Jordan that day, did you know he was testing you? Marcus smiled. No, I had no idea. I was just trying to do my job the way I was trained. I was terrified I'd messed up my whole career. But that's the thing about integrity. You don't do it because someone's watching or because you'll get rewarded. You do it because it's who you are. Janet Torres raised her hand. Marcus, I owe you an apology. That day I thought you'd made a mistake. I was angry at you for not recognizing Mr. Jordan. But you were right and I was wrong. I'm sorry. The apology caught Marcus off guard. Thank you, Janet, but you were doing your job too, protecting the organization. We were both trying to do the right thing. Jordan, who'd been silent at the back of the room for 6 hours, finally spoke. Marcus, thank you. This was excellent. Everyone, the new protocols take effect April 1st. Marcus will be available for questions as you implement them, but I want to say something. Jordan walked to the front of the room. I've owned this team for 11 years. I've hired hundreds of people. Most of them do their jobs adequately. Some do them well. Very few do them with the level of thought and care that Marcus just demonstrated. He's 25 years old. He's been here less than 2 years. But he taught us something today that many of you with far more experience needed to hear. Consistency matters. Integrity matters. Treating everyone with dignity matters. Jordan turned to Marcus. You've earned this. Not because I gave you an opportunity, but because you worked harder than anyone else to be worthy of it. I'm proud of you. The room broke into applause, real applause, not polite clapping. Marcus felt his eyes sting with emotion. He saw Dennis Clark clapping, Janet Torres smiling, Raymond Chin giving him a thumbs up from the back. After the training ended, staff filed out, many stopping to shake Marcus's hand or thank him. Dennis was one of the last to leave. You did good, young man, Dennis said. I was wrong about you. I thought you were just Jordan's pet project, but you earned this. Respect. He extended his hand. Marcus shook it, feeling the firm grip of acceptance. When the room finally emptied, only Raymond and Jordan remained. How do you feel? Jordan asked. Marcus sank into a chair, exhausted. Like I just ran a marathon. You did, and you finished strong. Jordan sat across from him. Marcus, when I stopped at that entrance in September 2019, I was looking for someone with potential. Today, I saw that potential realized. You're not the same person you were 18 months ago. No, sir, I'm not. Good, because what comes next is even harder. Jordan pulled out a folder, always a folder with him. We're expanding the leadership program to 6 more NBA cities. I want you to help lead the training. Starting in June, you'll travel to these cities, teaching security directors and staff what you taught today. Think you can handle that? Marcus thought about the scared young man who'd stood at entrance C, not recognizing the legend in front of him. That person felt like a stranger now. Marcus had been refined by 18 months of early mornings, late nights, failure, growth, pandemic isolation, and constant pushing beyond what he thought possible. Yes, sir, I can handle it. One more thing. Jordan slid a document across the table. We're promoting you to security training coordinator. Raise, benefits, the works, but Marcus, with this comes responsibility. Other people will be watching you, learning from you. You're not just doing a job anymore. You're setting an example. Can you handle that pressure? Marcus picked up the document, scanning the title, the salary, more money than he'd ever imagined making. Enough to help his mother retire from that hospital cafeteria. Enough to help DeMarcus finish college without debt. Enough to propose to Keisha properly. But more than the money, it was the validation. The proof that hard work and integrity actually mattered. That second chances existed for people willing to work for them. "I can handle it," Marcus said firmly. "Thank you, Mr. Jordan. For everything. For seeing something in me I didn't see in myself." Jordan stood and placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. "I didn't make you capable, Marcus. I just gave you a mirror. What you saw reflected back was already there. Now go call your mother. Tell her what her son has accomplished. She deserves to know." That evening, Marcus sat on his apartment balcony with Keisha, watching the Charlotte skyline glow with lights. He'd called his mother, who'd cried with joy. He'd texted DeMarcus, who'd responded with congratulations and an apology for being distant. He'd sent Raymond a thank you message for the countless hours of mentorship. Now he sat with the woman he loved, feeling the weight of 18 months lift slightly from his shoulders. "I'm proud of you," Keisha said softly. "But I knew you could do it. I always knew." "How? I didn't even know." "Because I've watched you show up every single day, even when you were exhausted, even when you wanted to quit, even when it would have been easier to walk away. That's not someone who fails, Marcus. That's someone who succeeds slowly, one day at a time." Marcus pulled a small box from his pocket. He'd bought it 3 days ago, waiting for the right moment. Inside was a simple ring, all he could afford but chosen with care. He got on one knee on their small balcony. "Keisha Thompson, you've stood by me through the worst and the best. You tore up my resignation letter. You forced me to face things when I wanted to run. You believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Will you marry me?" Keisha's hands flew to her mouth. Tears streamed down her face. "Yes, yes, Marcus, of course, yes." He slipped the ring on her finger and they held each other as Charlotte glowed around them, a city that had become home, a place where a young man from Detroit had discovered who he could become when given a chance and the courage to seize it. The transformation wasn't complete, it never would be. Growth was a lifelong journey, but Marcus Webb had crossed a threshold. He wasn't just surviving anymore, he was thriving. He wasn't just working a job, he was building a life. And it had all started at Entrance C, with a simple decision to follow the rules, to do his job with integrity, to refuse to make exceptions. Sometimes, Marcus thought as he held his fiancée, the smallest choices create the biggest transformations. You just have to be brave enough to make them. 3 months later, June 2021, Marcus stood in the gleaming hallway of Spectrum Center, looking at a display case he'd passed hundreds of times but never really examined. Inside was a collection of photographs documenting arena history, opening day ceremonies, memorable games, championship celebrations. And there in the corner was a photo from September 2019. Marcus stopping Michael Jordan at Entrance C. Marcus stared at it, confused. Why would Jordan keep a photograph of that moment? Why display it like it was something to celebrate rather than forget? "I wondered when you'd notice that." Marcus turned. Jordan stood behind him, dressed in a gray suit, clearly between meetings. "Mr. Jordan, I don't understand. Why is this here?" Jordan stepped closer to the display case, studying the photo with an expression Marcus couldn't read. "Walk with me, Marcus. There's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago, but the timing wasn't right until now." They walked through the quiet corridors, past offices and conference rooms, until Jordan led Marcus to a private area Marcus had never accessed, a hallway lined with executive offices and planning rooms. Jordan opened a door to a small conference room and gestured Marcus inside. The room was simple, a table, chairs, a whiteboard on one wall. Jordan closed the door and sat down. Marcus sat across from him, his heart beginning to race. "Marcus, what do you remember about your first week here? Who assigned you to which posts?" Marcus thought back. "Janet Torres made the assignments. She's the security supervisor. She put me at different entrances each day to learn the layout." "Do you remember who specifically assigned you to entrance C on your third day? The VIP entrance?" Marcus frowned, trying to recall. "Janet said someone from the front office requested it specifically. I thought it was just part of the rotation." Jordan pulled out his phone and scrolled through old messages. He turned the screen toward Marcus. "Read this." Marcus leaned forward. The text was from Jordan to Janet Torres, dated the day before the incident. "New hire Marcus Webb. Assign him to entrance C tomorrow afternoon, 2:04 p.m. Don't tell him why. Make sure he doesn't see my photo on the office walls beforehand. This is important." Marcus read it twice, his mind struggling to process the implication. You planned it. You deliberately set up that encounter. Not the viral video, not the public humiliation, but yes, I planned the test. Jordan set his phone down. "Marcus, I need you to understand the full truth about what happened that day, and I need you to hear me out before you react." Marcus felt a wave of emotions: confusion, anger, betrayal. "I don't understand. Why would you do that?" "Because I needed to find someone with real integrity. Someone who would follow principles over popularity. And Marcus, the only way to test real integrity is when the person doesn't know they're being tested." Jordan stood and walked to the whiteboard. He picked up a marker and drew a simple timeline. 6 months before you were hired, I met with my executive team about a problem we were having. Our security culture was broken. Too many exceptions. Too many VIPs getting waved through without proper screening. Too many staff members getting special treatment because of who they knew. The old boy network was strong, and it was creating real security risks. Jordan drew circles on the timeline marking events. We had incidents. Small ones, but concerning. Someone brought a prohibited item into the arena because they knew a guard. A guest with no ticket got into a restricted area because they dropped a board member's name. Nothing catastrophic, but it showed our protocols were inconsistent. Marcus listened, still processing. "I told Raymond and my executive team that I wanted to rebuild the security culture from the ground up. Not by bringing in consultants or writing new manuals. By finding someone without preconceptions, someone with authentic integrity, and building a program around them." "So you were looking for someone to use as an example," Marcus said, his voice tight. "No, I was looking for someone to be a leader. There's a difference." Jordan turned from the whiteboard. "Marcus, we interviewed hundreds of applicants for security positions that summer. We hired 12 people. You were one of them, but you were the only one we were actively watching." "Why me?" "Your background check told us a lot. Years of steady work, no disciplinary issues, references that described you as principled and honest to a fault. But what really caught our attention was your interview with Janet." Jordan pulled up another document on his phone. "Janet's notes from your interview. Want to hear what she wrote?" Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. She wrote, "Candidate is serious, almost too serious. When asked how he would handle a difficult situation with a VIP, he said rules exist for a reason and should apply to everyone. Pressed him on this. He didn't waver, either very principled or very naive. Recommend hire to find out which." Jordan set the phone down. That last line, recommend hire to find out which, that's when I got involved. I told Janet to hire you and let me know which shifts you worked. Marcus felt his hands trembling. "So my entire employment was based on you wanting to test me." "Your employment was based on us seeing potential. The test was about confirming what we suspected, that you were someone with real character, not just someone who knew the right things to say in interviews. Jordan sat back down, his voice softer now. Marcus, let me tell you what else happened that day. The day I stopped at entrance C. He pulled out a tablet and opened security camera footage. I had Raymond watching from the security office. These are the camera angles from that afternoon. The video played. Marcus saw himself at the entrance, saw Jordan approach, saw the entire encounter from multiple angles. But Jordan fast-forwarded to something Marcus hadn't known about. Watch this. This is 30 minutes before I arrived. The footage showed Janet Torres approaching Marcus at his post. She was holding something, a photo. What is that? Marcus asked. A picture of me. Janet was supposed to show it to you, familiarize you with key personnel. But watch what happens. In the video, Janet started to show Marcus the photo, but her radio crackled with an emergency call from another entrance. She tucked the photo away and hurried off, never showing it to Marcus. That wasn't planned, Jordan said. That was chance. I'd asked Janet to make sure you knew what I looked like, but the emergency call prevented it. When she radioed me that you hadn't seen my photo yet, I had a choice. Postpone the test or proceed knowing you genuinely wouldn't recognize me. You chose to proceed, Marcus said quietly. I did, because a real test of integrity isn't when you know you're being watched. It's when you think nobody important is paying attention. Jordan closed the tablet. Marcus, I need you to understand something. I didn't create your character. I didn't make you into someone with integrity. That was already there, shaped by your mother, your experiences, your choices. All I did was create a situation that would reveal it. Marcus stood and walked to the window, looking out over the arena. His mind raced through the past 21 months, the humiliation, the opportunity, the growth, the transformation. All of it had started with a setup, a test he didn't know he was taking. Were there others? Marcus asked without turning around. Other people you tested? Yes, 2 others from that hiring group. Different situations, different entrances, different scenarios. What happened to them? Raymond's voice came from the doorway. They failed. Marcus turned. Raymond Chen entered the room, closing the door behind him. I was part of this from the beginning, Raymond said, sitting down. I helped design the tests. The first candidate, a young woman named Sarah Martinez, we had someone claiming to be a Hornets player try to enter through her checkpoint. He said he'd forgotten his ID but needed to get to practice. She let him through after he dropped a few names. And the second? Marcus asked. A man named Tyler Brooks. We staged a scenario where an important donor got aggressive when asked to go through screening. Tyler got aggressive back, started yelling, threatening. He treated the situation like a power struggle instead of a security protocol. Raymond looked at Marcus steadily. Both were good employees. Both worked hard, but neither showed what we were looking for, the ability to follow principles under pressure without being intimidated or aggressive. They made exceptions. You didn't. Marcus felt his anger rising again. So you played games with people's jobs, set them up to fail. We set them up to reveal who they were, Jordan corrected. Sarah still works here, so does Tyler. They're good security guards, but they're not leaders. They're not who we'd build a program around. You are. Because I passed your test. Because you showed us something rare. Someone who treats a billionaire and a minimum wage worker with the same respect. Someone who follows the rules when it would be easier not to. Someone who has the courage to do right even when it's uncomfortable. Jordan stood and walked to stand beside Marcus at the window. I know this feels like manipulation. I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But Marcus, I need you to understand the bigger picture here. What bigger picture? Marcus's voice was sharp. That you can manipulate people if you have a good reason. That sometimes leaders need to create situations that test character, because character determines everything else. Jordan's voice was firm but not defensive. Do you think the military sends soldiers into combat without testing them first? Do you think companies promote people to leadership without seeing how they handle pressure? Testing isn't manipulation, Marcus. It's responsible leadership. Marcus turned to face him directly. Did you feel responsible when that video went viral? When I went home thinking my life was over? When my girlfriend found me crying in our apartment at midnight? The question hung in the air. For the first time, Jordan looked uncomfortable. No, Jordan admitted. That part I didn't anticipate. I knew the test itself might be uncomfortable, but I didn't expect someone to film it or for it to spread so quickly. If I could go back and prevent that part, I would. That was your pain to carry, and I'm sorry for it. The apology surprised Marcus. Jordan didn't apologize often or easily. But Marcus, Jordan continued, would you undo all of it? If you could go back to that day and I told you beforehand, this is a test, just play along, would that have been better? Would you have shown your real character? Would any of the past 21 months have meant the same thing? Marcus wanted to say yes. He wanted to say he'd undo all the pain and embarrassment, but he couldn't. Because Jordan was right, if he'd known it was a test, everything would have been different. He would have been performing, not authentic, and nothing that came after would have felt earned. I don't know, Marcus said honestly. I don't know how to feel about this. That's fair, Raymond said. When Jordan told me about my test years later, I was angry too. Felt used. Felt like my whole career was built on him playing God with my life. What changed? Marcus asked. I realized he didn't make me who I became. He just gave me the opportunity to become it. The work was mine. The growth was mine. The choices were mine. He created a doorway, but I'm the one who walked through it and kept walking for 25 years. Jordan moved back to the table and sat down. Marcus, there's more you need to know. About why I chose that specific test. About why entrance C, about what I was really looking for. Will you sit down and let me explain the rest? Marcus hesitated. Part of him wanted to walk out, to be angry, to feel betrayed. But a bigger part needed to understand, needed to know the full truth. He sat down. Tell me everything, Marcus said. I deserve that much. Jordan nodded. You do, and I'm going to, but first I need to show you something else. He opened a drawer in the conference room cabinet and pulled out a thick folder. Inside were dozens of documents, applications, interview notes, background checks, observation reports, all of them about Marcus Webb. This is everything we compiled about you before, during, and after your hiring. Every interaction Janet observed, every conversation other staff had about you, every report from your training sessions. Jordan slid the folder across the table. Read it. See what we saw. Then decide if you still feel used, or if you feel like someone finally saw your potential when nobody else was looking. Marcus opened the folder with shaking hands. The first document was dated June 2019, 3 months before he was hired. A note from Raymond to Jordan. Reviewed application for Marcus Webb. Background suggests strong work ethic and family values. Mother raised 2 sons alone while working multiple jobs. Candidate has been employed continuously since age 14. No gaps. No disciplinary issues. References consistently mention integrity and reliability. Recommend phone screening. Marcus looked up. You were tracking me 3 months before I was hired. We were tracking 12 candidates, Jordan said. You were the only one who made it to the final stage. Keep reading. Marcus turned the page, his heart pounding, knowing that what came next would change everything he thought he understood about his journey. Marcus flipped through page after page. each one revealing another layer of observation and planning he'd never known existed. A report from Janet Torres, dated his second day of employment. Webb arrived 20 minutes early again, spent the time studying the arena map and security protocols. Noticed him helping janitor Lewis carry supplies without being asked. When I questioned why, he said, "Man looked like he needed help. No ego, no looking for credit, just did it." Another note from Raymond, dated 3 days before the incident. Observed Webb during lunch break. Construction worker dropped his wallet. Webb picked it up and chased him down to return it. Worker offered $20 reward. Webb refused. Small moment but telling. This is someone who does right when nobody's watching. Marcus looked up, his voice shaking. "You were watching me that closely, every move I made." "Not every move," Raymond said. "But yes, we were paying attention. We needed to know if your integrity was consistent or situational. Anyone can be good in an interview. We needed to know who you were when it didn't benefit you." Marcus kept reading. There was a full page dedicated to analyzing his interview responses, noting that he'd answered questions about difficult situations with unusual directness, and no attempt to give politically safe answers. Then he reached a document that made his breath catch. It was a handwritten note on Jordan's personal stationery, dated 4 days before the incident. "Marcus Webb is the one. He has the character foundation we need. Now we test whether he has the courage to back it up under pressure. Raymond and I discussed the scenario. We'll use entrance C, VIP access point. I'll approach without ID during his shift. Janet will ensure he hasn't seen recent photos of me. We see if he follows protocol or makes an exception. This determines everything." Below that, in the same handwriting, "If he passes, we build the program around him. If he fails, we keep looking. Either way, this young man deserves a fair chance at employment here. No negative consequences regardless of outcome." Marcus stared at those last lines. "You were going to keep me employed even if I failed the test." "Of course," Jordan said. "The test wasn't about punishing failure. It was about identifying exceptional potential. You were already qualified for the security job. The test was about something bigger." Marcus turned more pages. There were detailed notes about the incident itself, written from multiple perspectives. Janet's report described her horror when she realized what was happening. Raymond's notes documented the security camera footage from 6 different angles. There was even a notation about the person who'd filmed the viral video. Arena staff later counseled about phone usage during work hours. But what struck Marcus most was a document dated the evening of the incident. Another handwritten note from Jordan. "Watch the video 17 times tonight. The media will mock this young man. Social media will make him a joke, but I saw something in his face that confirms everything. He wasn't being difficult or arrogant. He was simply doing his job with dignity. Tomorrow's meeting will be difficult. He'll be hurt and confused, but if he shows up, if he faces this instead of running, then we'll know for certain. Character isn't just about doing right. It's about persisting after doing right costs you something." Marcus felt tears stinging his eyes. He'd spent that night believing he was alone, that everyone was laughing at him, that his career was over. He'd never imagined Jordan was watching the same video, seeing something completely different than the mockery. "You knew how much pain I was in," Marcus said quietly. "You knew I went home humiliated, and you just let me suffer." Jordan's expression was somber. "Yes, and that's the part I'm least proud of. But Marcus, there was no way to ease that pain without ruining the test. If I'd called you that night and said, 'Don't worry, it was all planned,' you would have felt manipulated. If I'd issued a statement immediately, people would have thought we were just doing damage control. The only way forward was to let you face that night, to let you make the choice about whether to show up the next morning." That's cruel, Marcus said. It is, Jordan agreed, not flinching from the accusation. Leadership sometimes requires difficult choices. Testing character sometimes means allowing temporary pain to reveal long-term strength. I don't expect you to think it was kind. I just need you to understand it was purposeful. Raymond leaned forward. Marcus, can I share something? When Jordan tested me 25 years ago, he let me twist in the wind for 3 days thinking I was fired. 3 days of agony, updating my resume, telling my wife I'd lost my job, feeling like a failure. When he finally called me in and offered me a second chance, I was so angry I almost quit anyway. Why didn't you? Marcus asked. Because my wife asked me a question. She said, did he test you to hurt you or to see if you were worth investing in? That changed my perspective. He didn't owe me anything. He could have just fired me and moved on. Instead, he cared enough to see if there was something worth saving. Marcus looked back at the folder. There were more documents, plans for the leadership program, draft curricula, budget allocations, letters of recommendation Jordan had written to UNC Charlotte on Marcus's behalf before Marcus even knew about the educational component. One document was a timeline stretching 2 years into the future from September 2019, outlining Marcus's development path if he passed the initial test. It detailed monthly milestones, quarterly reviews, skills he'd need to acquire, experiences he'd need to gain. You planned my entire career trajectory before I even proved myself, Marcus said, disbelief in his voice. I planned a possible trajectory, Jordan corrected. But Marcus, look at that timeline and compare it to what actually happened. How much of it came true? Marcus scanned the document. The timeline had predicted he'd complete business courses. He'd done that. It predicted he'd struggle with coursework initially accurate. It predicted relationship strain, painfully accurate. It predicted he'd face resentment from other staff. Yes. It predicted he'd eventually earn their respect through consistent excellence. That had happened too. The timeline even predicted a major setback or crisis around month 15 that would test his commitment. The pandemic had come at month 18, close enough. How did you know all this would happen? Marcus asked. Because I've watched people develop for 40 years. I've mentored dozens of young professionals. I've seen the patterns. The struggles aren't unique to you, Marcus. They're part of any genuine growth journey. What made you different was that you pushed through each one instead of quitting. Jordan pulled out one final document from the folder. This is the only one I wrote after you completed the training session in March. Read it. Marcus took the single page. It was another handwritten note. Marcus Webb has exceeded every expectation. The frightened young man from Entrance C has become a confident leader and teacher. More importantly, he's maintained his integrity throughout the transformation. He didn't let success make him arrogant or opportunity make him entitled. The program worked because he worked. Now comes the hardest part, telling him the full truth and seeing if he can forgive the methodology. If he walks away, I'll understand. If he stays, we've found something rare, a leader who can be tested without breaking and succeed without corrupting. Time will tell. The note was dated 3 days ago. Jordan had been planning this conversation, waiting for the right moment. Marcus set the paper down and looked at Jordan directly. Why now? Why tell me all this today? Because you're about to travel to 6 other cities to teach this program. You're about to become the face of what we're building, and you can't do that authentically while only knowing half the story. Jordan paused. Also because you've earned the truth. You've proven yourself repeatedly. You deserve to understand the full context of how this began. And if I can't accept it, if I can't forgive the manipulation, then you make whatever choice you need to make and I'll respect it, Jordan said simply. But Marcus, I want you to consider something. Every important person in your life has tested you in some way. Your mother tested whether you'd help support the family or be selfish. Keisha tested whether you'd include her in your journey or shut her out. Your professors tested whether you'd work hard or coast. Life tests us constantly. I just made one of those tests visible and purposeful. Marcus stood and walked back to the window, processing everything. The past 21 months suddenly looked different, not a lucky break or random opportunity, but an intentional development process designed specifically for him. Every challenge had been anticipated. Every struggle had been predicted. Even his successes had been expected. Did I ever have a choice? Marcus asked. Or was this all predetermined? You had every choice, Raymond said firmly. Jordan created opportunities. You chose whether to seize them. He couldn't make you study when you were exhausted. He couldn't make you show up after that viral video. He couldn't make you work through the pandemic isolation. Those were your choices, Marcus. All of them. Raymond's right, Jordan added. I can create doorways, but I can't force anyone to walk through them. Most people don't. Most people get a second chance and waste it, or they get an opportunity and quit when it gets hard. You didn't. That's not because of my planning, that's because of who you are. Marcus turned from the window. Did the other two people you tested, Sarah and Tyler, did they know? Did you tell them? No, Jordan said, because they didn't advance far enough in the program to need to know. And honestly, there was no reason to. They're doing fine in their current roles. This information is only for people who become leaders in the program, people who'll eventually test and develop others themselves. The implication hit Marcus. You expect me to do this to other people, to test them without their knowledge. I expect you to help identify and develop people with strong character, Jordan said carefully. How you choose to do that is up to you. You might find better methods than I used. You might decide transparent evaluation works better. But Marcus, you'll need some way to distinguish between people who talk about integrity and people who live it. That requires testing under pressure. Marcus sat back down, his mind exhausted from revelation after revelation. He looked at the folder full of documents, the detailed observations, the careful planning. Part of him still felt manipulated, used as an experiment, but another part recognized something he'd never fully appreciated before. You invested in me before I gave you any reason to, Marcus said slowly. The program, the tuition, the training, Raymond's time, all of it started before I proved anything. You bet on potential, not performance. That's right, Jordan said. And it was a risk. You could have quit after the first hard test. You could have become arrogant when you got promoted. You could have coasted once you achieved some success. The investment could have failed, but it didn't because you honored it with your effort. Marcus picked up the handwritten note from 3 days ago and read it again. If he walks away, I'll understand. He set it down and looked Jordan in the eye. I'm not walking away. Jordan's shoulders relaxed slightly. You're sure? Because Marcus, I need you to be certain. If you stay, you're accepting all of this, the test, the methodology, everything. You can't carry resentment and build something meaningful. I'm not saying I agree with how you did it, Marcus said carefully. I'm not saying I wouldn't feel betrayed if I'd learned this earlier, but I understand now why you waited, and I understand what you were trying to build. You weren't testing me to hurt me. You were testing me to see if I was worth the investment you were planning to make. Exactly, Raymond said. That's exactly right. Marcus stood and extended his hand across the table. Thank you for investing in me, Mr. Jordan, even when it hurt, even when I didn't understand. Thank you for seeing something worth developing. Jordan stood and shook Marcus's hand firmly. Thank you for proving me right. Thank you for being someone who honors an opportunity with excellence. That's rarer than you know. Raymond stood as well. So what now? How do you feel about traveling to other cities, teaching this program, knowing the full backstory? Marcus thought about it. I feel like I can teach it better now. I can be honest about the journey, the pain, the doubt, the growth. I can tell people that transformation isn't comfortable, but it's worth it. And I can do it knowing that every word is true because I lived it. That's what makes you the right person to lead this, Jordan said. Not because you're perfect, but because you're authentic. People will believe you because your story is real, even the parts that were orchestrated. Your response to it all, that was genuine. Marcus picked up the folder. Can I keep this? I'd like to read through everything more carefully when I'm alone, process it all. It's yours, Jordan said. Everything in there belongs to your story now. Use it however you need to. As Marcus moved toward the door, Jordan called out one more time. Marcus, one last thing. That photo in the display case, the one of you stopping me at entrance C. Marcus turned back. Yes. I put it there 6 months ago, right after your training session. I've been waiting for you to notice it, to ask about it. That was the trigger for this conversation. I wanted you to be the one to start questioning, not me forcing the revelation on you. Marcus smiled slightly. So even this conversation was a test, seeing how long it would take me to notice and ask. Not a test, an opportunity, there's a difference. Jordan smiled back. You took your time, but you got there, just like you've gotten everywhere else. Not the fastest way, but the right way. Marcus left the conference room carrying the folder, his mind spinning with revelations, his heart processing emotions he couldn't quite name. He walked through the arena hallways that had become familiar over 21 months, seeing them differently now. Every conversation had been watched. Every action had been evaluated. Every choice had mattered more than he'd realized. But instead of feeling violated by the surveillance, Marcus felt something unexpected: gratitude. Someone had cared enough to pay attention. Someone had invested time and resources into understanding who he really was. Someone had bet on him when he was nobody, based on potential rather than achievement. That was rarer than any test. That was the real gift. Marcus stopped at the display case with the photo one more time. He looked at his younger self standing firm at that entrance, unaware that everything was about to change. That version of Marcus had been doing his job, following his principles, treating everyone with equal dignity. And someone had been watching. Someone had noticed. Someone had decided that small moment of integrity was worth building an entire program around. Marcus touched the glass gently, then walked toward the exit. He had phone calls to make to his mother, to Keisha, to DeMarcus. He had a story to process and peace to make with a past that turned out to be more complicated than he'd ever imagined. But first, he had one more question for Jordan. He turned back and found him still standing in the conference room doorway, as if he'd known Marcus would return. Mr. Jordan, what would you have done if I'd failed the test but still shown up the next morning? Jordan considered the question carefully. I would have offered you a different opportunity, not the leadership program, but something. Because showing up after failure is its own kind of courage, different from what you showed, but valuable in its own way. So I couldn't actually fail. Oh, you could fail. You could have not shown up. You could have made excuses. You could have blamed others. Those would have been failures. But Marcus, here's what I've learned in 40 years. Most people fail tests not because they can't pass them, but because they quit before they find out the results. You never quit. That's why you succeeded. Marcus nodded, finally understanding. The test at entrance C wasn't really about checking IDs. It was about everything that came after: showing up, facing consequences, working through difficulty, persisting through doubt. The test had never ended. It was still going. Every day was another chance to prove who he was choosing to become. And Marcus Webb, 25 years old, former kid from Detroit who didn't know basketball, was choosing to become someone who honored opportunities with excellence, who faced truth even when uncomfortable, and who understood that the most important tests are the ones you don't know you're taking. He was choosing to become a leader, and this time, it wasn't because someone was testing him. It was because that's who he decided to be. Marcus sat in his car in the Spectrum Center parking lot, the folder of documents on the passenger seat beside him. He needed to drive home, needed to process everything, but his hands wouldn't move to start the engine. His phone buzzed. Keisha. "Hey, baby, you okay? You said you'd be home an hour ago." Marcus checked the time. He'd been sitting in his car for 40 minutes without realizing it. "Yeah, I'm okay, just something happened today, something big. I'm heading home now." "Want me to order dinner? You sound exhausted." "That would be perfect, thank you." "Marcus, whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. Drive safe." He started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, his mind replaying the afternoon's revelations. Every traffic light gave him more time to think, to question, to wrestle with what he'd learned. By the time he reached his apartment, the sun was setting over Charlotte, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Keisha met him at the door, took one look at his face and pulled him inside. "Talk to me," she said, guiding him to the couch. Marcus told her everything. About the folder, the planning, the observation, the deliberate test. He watched her face shift through surprise, anger, understanding, and finally something he couldn't quite identify. When he finished, Keisha was quiet for a long moment. "So this whole thing from the very beginning was orchestrated," she finally said. "Parts of it, the test itself, but everything after, that was real. My choices, my work, the growth, that was all me." Keisha stood and walked to the kitchen window, looking out at the city lights beginning to glow in the dusk. "Marcus, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest." "Okay." "If you had known from the beginning that it was a test, if Jordan had told you ahead of time, I'm going to stop at your checkpoint without ID to see how you handle it, would you have acted the same way?" Marcus considered the question carefully. "No, I would have been nervous trying to impress him. I wouldn't have just done my job naturally." "Then maybe that's the point." Keisha turned back to face him. "I'm not saying what he did was completely right. Testing people without their knowledge feels manipulative. But Marcus, he found out who you really are. Not who you pretend to be in interviews or who you try to be when you know someone important is watching. He found out who Marcus Webb is when he thinks nobody cares." "You're defending him?" Marcus asked, surprised. "I'm helping you see it clearly." Keisha came back and sat beside him. "Baby, you've spent 21 months thinking you got lucky, thinking you were in the right place at the right time, but that's not what happened. Someone saw your character and decided to invest in it. That's not luck, that's recognition." Marcus felt something shift inside him, the last piece of resentment crumbling away. "You're right. I keep thinking about it as manipulation, but maybe it's something else." "It's an opportunity disguised as a test," Keisha said, "and you earned everything that came after it. Jordan didn't make you study until midnight. He didn't make you show up after that video went viral. He didn't make you work through the pandemic. Those were your choices." Marcus's phone rang, his mother. "Mama," Marcus answered. "Baby, I've been thinking about you all day. You sounded strange when we talked this morning. What's going on?" Marcus explained the day's revelations for the second time. His mother listened without interrupting, the way she always did when something important was happening. "So that man planned the whole thing," Linda Webb said when Marcus finished. "Watched you, tested you, set you up." "Yes, ma'am." "And now you're upset because you think he used you." "I don't know what I think anymore." His mother was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. Marcus, let me tell you something about tests. Life gives us tests every single day that we don't know we're taking. When your father left, that was a test. Would I give up or keep fighting for my boys? When you were 14 and needed money for school supplies, that was a test. Would you steal or would you work? We're always being tested, baby. We just don't always know by who or for what. Marcus felt his throat tighten. But Mama, he could have just asked me. He could have been honest. Could he? If he'd said, Marcus, I want to see if you follow the rules when it's hard, would you have shown him your real self? Or would you have shown him what you thought he wanted to see? Marcus had no answer. This man saw something in you worth investing in, Linda continued. He didn't owe you that. He could have hired you and forgotten about you like most bosses do. Instead, he paid attention. He cared enough to really look at who you were. That's not manipulation, baby. That's a blessing. After they hung up, Marcus sat holding his phone, thinking about what both women in his life had said. They'd both arrived at the same conclusion from different angles. The test wasn't the problem. His response to it was what mattered. His phone buzzed with a text. DeMarcus. Bro, can we talk? I've been a terrible brother. I'm sorry. Marcus called him immediately. D, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's right. I've been jealous, Marcus. Jealous that you got this amazing opportunity while I'm struggling in school. But I talked to Mom today and she helped me see it different. You didn't get lucky. You earned it by being who you are. And instead of being happy for you, I've been bitter. I'm sorry, man. You don't need to apologize. Yes, I do. You've always been there for me. Helping with money, giving advice, being the example. And when you finally got something good, I couldn't even be happy for you. That's on me. Marcus felt tears in his eyes. D, I haven't been there for you like I should. I got so caught up in my own journey that I forgot about everyone else. That's not true. You've been helping me with tuition. You check in even when I don't answer. You're doing what you need to do, and that's okay. I just wanted you to know I'm proud of you, really proud. After the call ended, Marcus looked at Keisha. Everyone in my life is telling me the same thing. Why am I the last one to see it? Because you're too close to it, Keisha said gently. You're still that scared kid who thought he'd lost everything at entrance C, but Marcus, that kid is gone. You're someone different now, someone stronger. And maybe it's time to let go of the hurt from how this started and embrace what it became. Marcus picked up the folder from where he'd set it on the coffee table. He opened it and read through the documents again, but this time with different eyes. Instead of seeing surveillance and manipulation, he saw investment and belief. Instead of seeing a test designed to trip him up, he saw a process designed to reveal his strengths. Jordan hadn't been trying to catch him failing. Jordan had been hoping to catch him succeeding, and Marcus had. I need to go back, Marcus said suddenly. Back where? To the arena. I need to talk to Jordan again. There's something I need to say. Keisha smiled. Then go, I'll keep dinner warm. Marcus drove back through Charlotte's evening traffic, the city alive with Friday night energy. When he arrived at Spectrum Center, the parking lot was mostly empty. He used his security badge to enter through a side door. The executive wing was dark except for one office. Jordan's light was still on. Marcus knocked on the open door. Jordan looked up from his computer, surprised. Marcus, everything okay? Can I come in? Of course. Jordan gestured to a chair. Marcus sat down, the folder in his lap. I've spent the past 3 hours processing everything you told me. I talked to Keisha. I talked to my mother. I talked to my brother. And I realized something. Jordan waited, his expression unreadable. I've been focused on the wrong thing. I've been upset about being tested without knowing it. But the real story isn't the test. It's what you did after I passed it. You could have just promoted me and moved on. Instead, you built an entire program. You invested time, money, resources. You personally mentored me. You pushed me to grow beyond what I thought possible." Marcus set the folder on Jordan's desk. "The test lasted one afternoon. Your investment has lasted almost 2 years and continues today. So I came back to say thank you. Not for the test. I'm still processing that part, but for everything after. For believing I was worth the investment before I proved it. That's the real gift." Jordan was quiet for a moment, and Marcus saw something rare, genuine emotion in the legendary athlete's eyes. "Marcus, that means more than you know. I've tested dozens of people over the years. Most of them passed, but you're one of the few who understood what came after mattered more than what started it." Jordan stood and extended his hand. "Thank you for coming back. Thank you for choosing to move forward instead of getting stuck in the past." They shook hands, and Marcus felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The resentment was gone. The confusion was settled. What remained was clarity about who he was and where he was going. "So about those 6 cities," Marcus said. "When do I leave?" Jordan smiled, eager now. "I'm ready, really ready. I know my story, all of it, including the parts that were planned. And I can teach it honestly because I understand it now. The test revealed who I was. The work made me who I am. Both parts matter." "That's exactly right." Jordan pulled up a calendar on his computer. "First city is Atlanta, 2 weeks from Monday. You'll spend a week there training their security leadership team. Raymond goes with you for this first one, then you're on your own. Think you can handle it?" Marcus thought about the scared young man who'd stopped at entrance C 21 months ago. That person felt like a stranger now. Marcus had been tested, broken down, built back up, revealed and refined. He'd survived humiliation, worked through exhaustion, navigated a pandemic, and maintained his integrity through all of it. "Yes, sir. I can handle it." "Good, because this is where your real journey begins. Everything up until now was preparation. Now you teach others what you've learned. Now you become the mentor instead of the student. Ready for that responsibility?" Marcus stood, feeling taller somehow, more solid in his own skin. "I'm ready." As he walked out of Jordan's office and through the quiet arena, Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Keisha. "Coming home. Everything's good, better than good. I know who I am now." Her response came immediately. "I've always known. Welcome home, baby." Marcus smiled and walked out into the Charlotte night, carrying the weight of his past and the promise of his future with equal grace. The test at entrance C had revealed his character. Everything since then had refined it, and Marcus Webb was ready for whatever came next. 2 days later, Monday morning, Marcus arrived at Spectrum Center to find the parking lot filled with news vans. His stomach dropped. Something had happened. Something big. He rushed inside and nearly collided with Angela Reeves, Jordan's PR director. She grabbed his arm. "Marcus, good, you're early. We need you." "What's going on? Why are all these reporters here?" "Someone leaked the story, about the test, about everything." Angela pulled him toward the conference room. "It hit social media last night. By this morning, every major sports outlet was running with it. Michael Jordan admits viral security incident was staged test. We're doing damage control." Marcus felt his blood run cold. "Who leaked it?" "We don't know yet. Doesn't matter right now. What matters is controlling the narrative before it destroys everything you've built." They entered a small office where Jordan sat with Raymond and 3 other executives. Jordan looked up, his jaw tight with controlled anger. "Marcus, sit down." Marcus sat, his mind racing. The secret he'd learned just days ago was now public knowledge. The careful revelation Jordan had planned was gone, replaced by headlines and speculation. "Sir, I didn't tell anyone except Keisha and my family," Marcus said quickly. "I swear." "We know it wasn't you," Jordan interrupted. Security footage shows Tyler Brooks, one of the other candidates we tested, photographing documents in the HR office Friday evening. He must have accessed your file somehow. He sold the story to a sports blog over the weekend. Marcus remembered Tyler, the guard who'd gotten aggressive during his test scenario, who hadn't advanced in the program, who'd resented Marcus's promotion. "What does this mean?" Marcus asked quietly. Angela spoke up. "It means the story is spinning out of control. Half the internet thinks you're a fraud who was planted by Jordan. The other half thinks Jordan manipulated you cruelly. Your credibility is being questioned. The program's credibility is being questioned. We need to get ahead of this now." Jordan stood and walked to the window. "I'm calling a press conference for noon today. I'm going to tell the full story, the test, the methodology, the purpose behind it. And Marcus, you're going to stand beside me and tell your side, your truth, whatever you want to say." "What if I make it worse?" Marcus asked. "You won't, because you're going to do what you always do, tell the truth with integrity. That's the only way through this." The next 3 hours were a blur of preparation. Angela drilled Marcus on potential questions but kept emphasizing, "Don't memorize answers. Speak from your heart. The truth is your best defense." At 11:45, Marcus stood backstage in the media room, listening to the crowd of reporters assembling. His hands shook. Keisha had driven straight from school to be there, sitting in the 3rd row, her eyes locked on the backstage entrance where she knew Marcus waited. At exactly noon, Jordan walked to the podium. The room quieted instantly, cameras clicking and recording lights glowing red. "Thank you all for coming on short notice," Jordan began. "By now, you've all seen the reports about the incident from September 2019. Reports that claim I staged a test for Marcus Webb, that I manipulated a young employee for my own purposes. I'm here to tell you that those reports are partially true and completely missing the point." Jordan explained the full context, the security culture problems, the need to identify someone with genuine integrity, the deliberate test at entrance, see the program that followed. He spoke for 15 minutes, laying out facts with the same precision he'd once used to dismantle opposing defenses on the basketball court. "I don't apologize for testing character," Jordan said firmly. "I apologize for the pain the viral video caused Marcus. That wasn't planned, but the test itself. I'd do it again, because finding people with real integrity is too important not to. Now, I'm going to let Marcus speak for himself, because this is his story more than mine." Jordan stepped aside. Marcus walked to the podium on legs that felt like water. He gripped the edges to steady himself and looked out at the sea of faces. "My name is Marcus Webb," he began, his voice stronger than he expected. 21 months ago, I stopped Michael Jordan from entering his own building. I didn't know who he was. I was just trying to do my job the way I was taught. What I didn't know was that the moment would change my entire life." Marcus told his story, not the sanitized version but the real one, the humiliation of the viral video, the sleepless night thinking his career was over, the shock of learning it was a test, the anger of discovering how much had been orchestrated, the eventual understanding of what it all meant. "When I found out last week that the encounter was planned, I felt betrayed," Marcus admitted. "I felt used. I spent hours questioning everything I'd accomplished, wondering if any of it was real. But then I realized something important." He paused, looking directly at the cameras. "The test lasted one afternoon. My response to it has lasted 21 months. Jordan created a doorway, but I'm the one who walked through it. He offered me opportunities, but I'm the one who worked 80-hour weeks to earn them. He believed I had potential, but I'm the one who proved it through effort and persistence." Marcus saw Keisha in the 3rd row, tears streaming down her face, nodding encouragement. Was the test manipulative? Maybe. Would I have preferred knowing about it ahead of time? Probably. But here's the truth. If I'd known it was a test, I would have performed instead of being authentic. Jordan wouldn't have seen who I really was, and none of the opportunities that followed would have happened. A reporter in the front row raised her hand. Jordan nodded. Marcus, do you feel like Michael Jordan used you for a publicity stunt? Marcus didn't hesitate. No, I feel like Michael Jordan invested in me when I was nobody. He spent 2 years mentoring me personally. He funded my education. He created a program that's already changing lives beyond just mine. If that's using me, then I hope more people get used that way. Another reporter stood. But doesn't this undermine everything you've accomplished? If the beginning was fake, how can people trust the rest? The beginning wasn't fake. My decision to follow protocol was real. My decision to show up the next morning was real. Every hour I spent studying, every challenge I faced, every time I wanted to quit but didn't, all of that was real. The test revealed my character. The work that followed built my skills. Both parts matter. The questions continued for 30 minutes. Some reporters were sympathetic, others were skeptical. A few were openly hostile, suggesting Marcus was naive or that Jordan had manipulated a young black man for his own benefit. That question came from a white reporter in the back. Mr. Webb, don't you think there's a power dynamic issue here? A billionaire testing a working-class employee without his knowledge. Marcus felt anger flash but controlled it. I think there's always a power dynamic between employers and employees. The question is how that power gets used. Jordan used his power to create opportunities. He used it to invest in someone's potential. Could he have done it differently? Sure. But I'm not going to criticize the method when the outcome changed my life for the better. Jordan stepped back to the microphone. I want to address something. Marcus is black. I'm black. Some of you are going to try to make this about race, about a successful black man exploiting a struggling black employee. But that misses the real story. This is about a successful person, regardless of race, trying to create pathways for someone with potential. I've mentored people of every background. Character has no color. The press conference wrapped up at 1:30. As the reporters filed out, Marcus felt Keisha's arms wrap around him from behind. You were amazing, she whispered. So strong, so honest. Jordan approached, his expression tired but satisfied. Well done, Marcus. You handled that better than I could have hoped. What happens now? Marcus asked. Angela Reeves checked her phone, scanning social media. The narrative is already shifting. People are responding to your authenticity. Look at this. She showed Marcus her screen. Twitter was exploding with reactions. Marcus Webb just gave one of the realest press conferences I've ever seen. Say what you want about the test. This young man earned everything he got. Respect to Marcus for not playing victim. He owned his journey. This is what accountability looks like. Not everyone was convinced. There were still critics, still people who thought the whole thing was manipulative or wrong. But the tide was turning. Raymond Chen appeared in the doorway. Marcus, your phone's been ringing off the hook. Media requests, interview invitations. ESPN wants you for an interview tomorrow. Good Morning America is asking for Wednesday. Marcus looked at Jordan, overwhelmed. Should I do them? That's your choice. But Marcus, if you do, remember what worked today. Truth, authenticity, no spinning, no performing, just you being honest about your journey. Marcus nodded slowly. Then I'll do them. If my story can help other people see that hard work matters, that integrity matters, that second chances exist, then I'll tell it as many times as people want to hear it. Over the next week, Marcus did 17 interviews. Local news, national morning shows, sports networks, podcasts. He told his story over and over, each time finding new ways to articulate what he'd learned. The response was overwhelming. Letters poured in from young people across the country. People who'd felt like failures, who'd been overlooked, who needed to hear that opportunity existed if you were willing to work for it. One letter came from a 17-year-old girl in Chicago. "Dear Mr. Webb, I got fired from my first job last month for following company policy that my manager told me to ignore. I thought I'd made a terrible mistake. Then I saw your press conference. You helped me understand that doing the right thing isn't always rewarded immediately, but it matters in the long run. Thank you for showing me that integrity has value." Marcus read that letter to Jordan during one of their meetings. Jordan smiled quietly. "That's why we do this," he said. "Not for the headlines or the program statistics, for letters like that, for lives changed by example." But not everyone was inspired. Tyler Brooks, the employee who'd leaked the story, was fired for accessing confidential files. He gave an angry interview claiming Jordan's program was elitist and that Marcus was a privileged pet project. The criticism stung, but Marcus learned to let it go. You couldn't control what people thought. You could only control your response. Through it all, Marcus kept working. The trip to Atlanta was postponed 2 weeks due to the media storm, but eventually, the noise died down enough for normal operations to resume. And Marcus Webb, no longer the young guard who'd stopped Jordan at an entrance but not yet the leader he was becoming, kept showing up, kept working, kept proving that the test had revealed something real and that everything since then had refined it into something valuable. The story wasn't over, it was just beginning. But now it was being written by Marcus's choices, not by anyone else's plans, and that made all the difference. 6 months later, December 2021, Marcus stood at entrance C again. But this time, he wasn't the guard on duty. He was showing the entrance to a new hire, a young woman named Aaliyah Johnson, fresh out of community college, eager and nervous on her first day. "This is the VIP entrance," Marcus explained. "Highest traffic of important people. Also the place where you'll be tested most." Aaliyah nodded, taking notes on her phone. "Tested how?" Marcus smiled slightly. "People will try to skip protocol. They'll drop names. They'll act like rules don't apply to them. Your job is to treat everyone the same, no exceptions. Even if it's someone really important. Especially if it's someone really important. That's when it matters most." As they talked, Marcus saw a familiar figure approaching from the parking lot. His brother DeMarcus, now a senior at UNC Chapel Hill, visiting for winter break. DeMarcus wore a visitor's badge Marcus had arranged for him. "Excuse me, sir, I need to see your credentials," Aaliyah said, stepping forward professionally. DeMarcus smiled and showed his visitor badge. Aaliyah checked it carefully, compared the photo to his face, and waved him through. "Good job," Marcus said after DeMarcus passed. "You didn't assume anything. You followed protocol." "Was that a test?" Aaliyah asked. "Life is always a test. You just handled it right." Marcus walked Aaliyah through the rest of her orientation, remembering his own first days, the nervousness and determination to do everything correctly. He saw himself in her eagerness, her careful attention to every detail. Later that afternoon, Marcus met Jordan in his office for their regular check-in. These meetings happened monthly now, less about Jordan directing and more about Marcus reporting on the program's expansion. "Atlanta's been good," Marcus said, reviewing his notes. "We've trained 43 staff members across 2 venues. Security incidents are down 18% since implementation. Staff satisfaction surveys show improved morale." Jordan listened, nodding occasionally. "And the other cities?" "Miami starts in January, Philadelphia in February. We're on schedule." "Good, and how are you doing? Really doing?" Marcus set down his notes and thought about the question. "I'm tired. The travel is harder than I expected. Being away from Keisha every other week is rough. But I'm good, Mr. Jordan, really good. This work matters. It does, but Marcus, don't lose yourself in it. I made that mistake, putting achievement ahead of relationships, thinking success justified any sacrifice. It doesn't. Jordan pulled out his phone and showed Marcus a photo of his family at Thanksgiving. This matters more than championships. Remember that. Yes, sir. Jordan leaned back in his chair. I want to show you something. He pulled out a familiar folder, the one containing all the documents about Marcus's testing and development. But this time, there were new pages added. These are applications, Jordan said. From people who saw your press conference, who read about the program, who want to be part of what we're building. We've received over 300 applications in 6 months. People who want to work here specifically because of the culture you're helping create. Marcus flipped through the applications, seeing names and faces and stories from across the country. You did this, Jordan said, not by being perfect, by being real, by showing people that integrity and hard work still matter. That's your legacy, Marcus, and it's just beginning. Marcus felt emotion rise in his chest. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for everything, for seeing something in me worth developing. Thank you for proving me right. That evening, Marcus drove home to the apartment he and Keisha still shared, though they were looking at houses now. The modest ring on Keisha's finger had been joined by a wedding band 3 months ago, a small ceremony with family and close friends, Jordan and Raymond both in attendance. Keisha was grading papers when Marcus arrived. She looked up and smiled, that smile that had sustained him through the hardest moments of the past 2 years. How was your day? She asked. Good. Trained the new hire. Met with Jordan. Same routine. Nothing's routine with you anymore. Keisha set aside her papers and patted the couch beside her. Sit. I have news. Marcus sat, his heart suddenly racing. What kind of news? The good kind. Keisha took his hand and placed it on her stomach. We're pregnant, Marcus. 8 weeks. The world stopped. Marcus stared at her, then at where his hand rested, then back at her glowing face. We're having a baby. Yes, we're having a baby. Marcus pulled her close, tears streaming down his face. I'm going to be a father. You're going to be an amazing father, just like you're an amazing husband and an amazing leader, because you know what matters. They held each other as Charlotte's lights began to glow outside their window as the evening settled into night, as the future they'd been building suddenly became more real and more precious than ever. Later, after Keisha fell asleep, Marcus sat on their small balcony, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. A decision at an entrance, a viral video, a test he didn't know he was taking, 2 years of early mornings and late nights, growth and pain and transformation. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. Keisha told me the news. I'm crying happy tears, baby. Your father never got to meet you properly, but your child will have a father who shows up, who works hard, who does right. That's the real victory. Marcus looked out at Charlotte, this city that had become home. Somewhere in those buildings, Jordan was probably still working. Raymond was probably finishing reports. New security guards were probably starting shifts, each of them hoping to do their jobs well, to be noticed, to be given chances. And Marcus Webb, who'd once been that hopeful young guard, was now the example others looked to. The proof that one moment of integrity could change everything. That second chances existed. That hard work mattered. That tests revealed who you were, but choices determined who you became. He thought about the child growing inside Keisha, this person who would carry his name and his example forward. What lessons would Marcus teach them? What tests would life give them? How would Marcus prepare them for a world that tested character constantly? The answer came clearly, by being the same person in private that he was in public, by following principles even when it costs something, by showing up every day and doing the work, by treating everyone with dignity, whether they were billionaires or busboys, by being someone worth believing in. Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Jordan, "Thank you for giving me a mirror that showed me who I could become. I'm going to be a father. I promise to raise my child with the same values you saw in me that day at Entrance C." Jordan's response came quickly. "Congratulations, Marcus. Your child is lucky. They'll have a father who knows that character isn't taught, it's modeled. Be the example you want them to follow. That's the only lesson that matters." Marcus smiled and went back inside, where Keisha slept peacefully, where their future was growing, where the life he'd built waited for him. The test at Entrance C felt like a lifetime ago. That scared young guard with 3 days of experience seemed like a stranger. But Marcus knew that person wasn't gone. He was just transformed, refined by fire, strengthened by challenges, made better by choosing to face hard things instead of running from them. And tomorrow, Marcus would wake up at 5 a.m. and go for his run. He'd eat breakfast with his wife. He'd go to Spectrum Center and continue building something that mattered. He'd mentor young employees who reminded him of himself. He'd teach in cities across the country. He'd be a husband, soon a father, a leader, a teacher, an example. Not because Michael Jordan had tested him at an entrance 2 years ago, but because Marcus Webb had decided who he wanted to be and then worked every single day to become that person. That was the real lesson. The one that would last long after the videos were forgotten and the headlines faded. Character wasn't something you discovered in a test. Character was something you built through 1,000 small choices, each one a chance to become more of who you wanted to be. And Marcus Webb, humble kid from Detroit who'd stopped a legend at a doorway, was building something that would outlast them both. One choice at a time, one day at a time, one moment of integrity at a time. That was the victory. That was the transformation. That was the surprise that changed everything. Not what happened at Entrance C, but everything Marcus chose to do after. 5 years later, 2026. Marcus Webb stood in the security briefing room at Spectrum Center, but he wasn't wearing a uniform anymore. He wore a suit, charcoal gray, professional, with a Hornets lapel pin. His title had changed 3 times in 5 years: Security Training Coordinator, Director of Security Operations, and now Vice President of Organizational Development. The room was filled with 15 young professionals from the Jordan Leadership Initiative's latest cohort. They came from different backgrounds: Atlanta, Miami, Philadelphia, Detroit, Los Angeles. Some had security experience. Others came from hospitality, education, even social work. What they all shared was potential Jordan and Marcus had identified through careful observation and character-based hiring. "Good morning," Marcus began. "Welcome to week 3 of the program. Today we're talking about leadership under pressure. But before we start, I want to tell you a story." He clicked to a slide showing a photo from September 2019. A young security guard stopping a casually dressed man at an entrance. "This is me, 7 years ago, 3rd day on the job. That man I'm stopping, Michael Jordan, owner of this organization. I didn't recognize him. I asked for ID. He didn't have it. I didn't let him through." The room was silent, everyone leaning forward. That moment went viral. I was humiliated. I thought my career was over, but it wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Marcus advanced to the next slide. What I didn't know then was that the encounter was a test. Mr. Jordan was looking for someone with integrity, someone who would follow principles even under pressure. I passed that test without knowing I was taking it. A young woman in the front row raised her hand. "Mr. Webb, do you test people the same way now?" Marcus smiled. "That's a great question, Sophia. The answer is no and yes. I don't stage elaborate scenarios without people knowing. But I do pay attention to how you treat people when you think nobody important is watching. I notice if you hold doors for janitors. I see if you're kind to reception staff. I watch whether you follow through on small commitments. Those aren't formal tests, but they tell me everything I need to know about character. Over the next hour, Marcus walked them through the principles that had guided his journey: consistency over convenience, integrity over image, growth over comfort. He shared failures alongside successes, the exam he'd nearly failed, the relationship struggles, the moments he'd wanted to quit. Leadership isn't about being perfect, Marcus said. It's about being persistent. It's about showing up when things are hard and doing the work anyway. After the session, Marcus met with Raymond Chen for lunch in the executive dining room. Raymond was retiring in 6 months after 30 years with the organization. Marcus would be taking over several of his responsibilities. "You've come a long way," Raymond said, raising his water glass in a toast. "From the kid who stopped MJ to the person running leadership development for the entire organization. I'm proud of you, Marcus. I couldn't have done it without you. You taught me everything. I taught you the mechanics. You brought the character. That's the difference." Raymond set down his glass. "My retirement gift to you is this advice. Never stop being the person who holds people accountable. Organizations drift toward convenience. Your job is to keep pulling them back toward principles." That evening, Marcus drove home to a house in the suburbs, 3 bedrooms, a yard, room for their growing family. His twin daughters, Jordan and Dolores, now 4 years old, ran to greet him at the door. "Daddy, Daddy," they shouted in unison. Keisha appeared behind them, laughing. "They've been watching for your car for 20 minutes." Marcus scooped up both girls, one in each arm. "How are my princesses?" "We made you a picture," Jordan said, holding up a crayon drawing of what might have been him, or possibly a giraffe. "It's beautiful. Let's put it on the fridge." After dinner and bedtime stories, Marcus and Keisha sat on their back porch, watching fireflies light up the yard. Keisha was 7 months pregnant with their 3rd child, a boy they planned to name after Marcus's father, a way of redeeming that name through a different kind of fatherhood. "I got the final enrollment numbers for the leadership program," Marcus said. 512 graduates across 8 cities, 89% retention rate, 43 people promoted to management positions. "Those are just numbers," Keisha said softly. "Tell me about the people." Marcus smiled. She always brought him back to what mattered. "There's a woman in Miami who was working 3 jobs like my mother. Now she's a security director making enough to support her family. There's a guy in Philadelphia who almost dropped out of the program, reminded me of myself. He stuck with it and just got promoted. There's a young woman in Atlanta who says our program saved her life because it gave her hope when she had none." "That's your real legacy," Keisha said. "Not the titles or the promotions, the lives you've touched." Marcus thought about that. In his home office, he kept a box of letters from program graduates, people whose lives had changed because someone had invested in their potential. Sometimes, when work felt overwhelming, he'd read those letters and remember why it mattered. His phone buzzed. A text from Jordan, who rarely texted. "Turn on ESPN now." Marcus pulled up the sports network on his phone. A special feature was playing. The Jordan Effect, how one test changed an organization. The segment told Marcus's story, but also the broader impact of the leadership program. It showed other graduates, other success stories, the ripple effect of character-based development spreading across multiple NBA organizations and beyond. Fortune 500 companies were adopting similar models. Universities were teaching case studies about it. The segment ended with Jordan speaking directly to the camera. "People ask me what I'm most proud of in my career. 6 championships with the Bulls, Olympic gold medals, building a business empire. But honestly, I'm most proud of the people we've developed through this program. Because long after basketball is forgotten, the example of investing in character will remain. That's the real legacy." Marcus felt tears in his eyes. He'd spent 7 years working toward this, building something bigger than himself, creating pathways for others, proving that integrity and hard work still mattered in a world that often rewarded shortcuts. "You did it," Keisha whispered, taking his hand. "You built something that will last." "We did it," Marcus corrected. "I couldn't have done any of this without you believing in me." They sat in comfortable silence as darkness settled over their yard, over their neighborhood, over Charlotte. Somewhere in the city, young security guards were starting their shifts, hoping to do good work, dreaming of opportunities they couldn't yet imagine. And Marcus Webb, who'd once been that hopeful young guard with everything to prove, had become proof that dreams could come true when character met opportunity. The story that began at Entrance C had traveled further than anyone imagined. Not because of a viral video or a famous test, but because of what came after: the choice to show up, the determination to grow, the commitment to help others climb the same ladder. That was the real surprise. That was what happened next that nobody expected. Not just one life transformed, but hundreds. Not just one moment of integrity, but thousands. Not just one second chance, but an entire system built to create them. Michael Jordan had tested Marcus Webb 7 years ago. But Marcus Webb had spent every day since then testing himself, pushing harder, reaching higher, becoming better. And in doing so, he'd become exactly what Jordan had hoped to find that day at Entrance C. A leader worth following, an example worth emulating, a legacy worth building, one choice at a time. The following Monday morning, Marcus arrived at Spectrum Center earlier than usual. Jordan had requested a meeting at 7 a.m., unusual timing that made Marcus curious. When Marcus entered Jordan's office, he found not just Jordan but also Raymond Chen, Angela Reeves, and someone he hadn't seen in years: Janet Torres, the security supervisor from his first days, now retired and living in Florida. "Janet," Marcus said, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Sit down, Marcus," Jordan said. "There's one final piece of this story you need to know, the last secret we've been keeping." Marcus felt his heart rate increase. After 7 years, there were still secrets. Jordan gestured for Janet to speak. "Marcus, do you remember your job interview with me?" Janet asked. "Back in July 2019. "Of course. You asked me standard questions about security work, conflict resolution, how I'd handle difficult situations." Janet nodded slowly. "That's what you remember, but there was more to it. Marcus, that wasn't a real interview. You'd already been hired before you walked into that room." Marcus stared at her, confused. "What do you mean?" Raymond spoke up. "Marcus, Jordan identified you 6 months before you applied to work here. He'd been looking for someone with your exact background and character profile. When your application came through our system, it was flagged immediately." "I don't understand," Marcus said. "How did you even know about me?" Jordan stood and walked to his window, looking out over the arena. "Your mother, Marcus, Linda Webb." Marcus's blood went cold. "My mother, what does she have to do with this?" "In 2019, I was in Detroit for a charity basketball event at a hospital," Jordan began. "Your mother worked in the cafeteria there. During lunch, I saw her help an elderly patient who dropped his tray. She cleaned it up, got him new food, sat with him while he ate. She did it with such kindness, such dignity. I asked someone who she was." Marcus felt like the room was spinning. "I learned she was a single mother working 3 jobs, raising 2 sons alone. One of her sons had just graduated from community college and was looking for work. I asked around about you, Marcus, discreetly. Your community college professors, your former employers, people who knew you. Everyone said the same thing: you were hardworking, honest, principled, just like your mother. So you arranged for me to get hired." Marcus's voice was barely a whisper. "No, Jordan said firmly. I arranged for your application to be noticed, but you earned the job on your own merits. Everything Janet told you in that interview was true. You were qualified. We just made sure you got a fair look instead of being lost in hundreds of applications. Janet continued. The interview was still real, Marcus. Your answers mattered. If you'd said the wrong things, if you'd shown poor character, we wouldn't have hired you. The test at Entrance C wouldn't have happened, but you showed us exactly what we hoped to see. Marcus stood abruptly. So my entire career, everything, was because you saw my mother help someone in a cafeteria. Your career is because of who you are, Raymond said. But yes, your mother's character is what brought you to our attention. Jordan has always believed that character is often inherited, passed down through example. He wanted to test that theory. Marcus felt anger rising. So I was what? An experiment, a way to prove your theory about character being hereditary. You were an opportunity, Jordan said, turning from the window. Marcus, I see thousands of people every year. Most of them pass by without me noticing. But your mother made me stop and pay attention. Her kindness, her dignity, her character, it made me wonder what kind of son she'd raised. So yes, I looked for you. I created an opportunity for you. But Marcus, everything you did with that opportunity was your choice. Marcus paced the office, his mind reeling. 7 years of believing he'd earned everything through his own merit, only to learn it all started because Jordan saw his mother in a hospital cafeteria. Does my mother know? Marcus asked. No, Jordan said. We never told her. As far as she knows, you applied for a job and got it on your own. So what is this? Marcus demanded. Another test, another revelation to see how I'll react. No, Jordan said quietly. This is the truth, the full truth, the final piece you needed to know before you take over Raymond's position. Because Marcus, if you're going to lead this program, you need to understand how character recognition really works. It's not just about testing individuals. It's about recognizing patterns of character across families, communities, generations. Marcus stopped pacing and looked at Jordan directly. Why tell me now? Why not just let me keep believing I did it all myself? Because you didn't do it all yourself, Angela Reeves said, speaking for the first time. None of us do. You had advantages you didn't know about: Jordan's attention, carefully created opportunities, a support system designed to help you succeed. That doesn't diminish your work, but it's important to acknowledge it. Why? Marcus asked. Because now you have the power to do the same for others, Raymond said. You can look for the sons and daughters of hospital cafeteria workers. You can notice the people everyone else overlooks. You can create opportunities for people who have character but lack connections. That's the real lesson, Marcus. Jordan walked over and placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. Your mother's kindness created an opportunity for you. Your character turned that opportunity into success. Now your success can create opportunities for others. That's how legacy works. That's how change happens. Marcus felt tears streaming down his face. I need to call my mother. Not yet, Jordan said gently. First, I want you to meet someone. He opened his office door. Standing in the hallway was a young man, maybe 19, nervous and eager. He looked familiar somehow. Marcus, this is David Torres, Janet's grandson. He's starting in our program next month. Marcus looked at Janet, who was crying. After I retired, I told David about you, Janet said. About how you did your job with integrity that first week, even though you were brand new and scared. About how you became everything we hoped. He wants to follow that same path. And Marcus, you're going to be his mentor. Marcus looked at David, seeing himself 7 years ago, hopeful, uncertain, full of potential waiting to be realized. David, Marcus said, extending his hand. Welcome to the program. We're going to do great things together." As they shook hands, Marcus understood the final lesson. The surprise that happened next wasn't just about his transformation. It was about the ongoing cycle of character recognizing character, of success creating opportunities for others, of one person's journey inspiring the next. His mother's kindness had led to his opportunity. His integrity had led to his success. And now his leadership would lead to opportunities for people like David and hundreds more after him. The test at Entrance C had revealed Marcus's character. But what happened next, the legacy he was building, the lives he was changing, the cycle of opportunity he was perpetuating, that was the real surprise. That was what nobody, not even Jordan, could have fully predicted. One act of kindness by a cafeteria worker in Detroit had created ripples that were still spreading 7 years later, touching lives across the country, changing the culture of an entire organization. And Marcus Webb, standing in Jordan's office with tears on his face and David Torr's hand in his, finally understood the full scope of what he'd become part of. Not just his own story, but a legacy that would outlast them all. Marcus left Jordan's office in a daze, walking through Spectrum Center's familiar hallways with unfamiliar emotions. Everything he thought he knew about his journey had shifted again. 7 years of believing in his own merit, only to discover his mother's single act of kindness had set everything in motion. He sat in his car in the parking lot and called her. "Marcus, baby, it's 7:30 in the morning. Everything okay?" Linda Webb's voice carried the same warmth it always had, now tinged with the ease of semi-retirement. Jordan had quietly arranged for her pension from the Detroit hospital to be supplemented, allowing her to finally rest after decades of exhausting work. "Mama, I need to ask you something. Back in 2019, did you ever meet Michael Jordan at the hospital?" There was a long pause. "How do you know about that?" Marcus's heart stopped. "You remember?" "Of course I remember. It was Michael Jordan, famous man like that eating in our cafeteria. I served him lunch." She paused again. "Why are you asking about this now?" "What happened that day, Mama? Tell me everything." Linda's voice softened with memory. "There was an elderly patient, Mr. Williams. He had Parkinson's, hands shaking so bad. He dropped his tray right near where Mr. Jordan was sitting. Food everywhere. The poor man was so embarrassed, nearly crying. I cleaned it up, got him a new meal, sat with him to make sure he could eat properly. It wasn't anything special, baby, just doing what's right." And Jordan saw this. "I guess so. After Mr. Williams left, Mr. Jordan came up to me, said what I did was beautiful, said the world needed more people like me. We talked for maybe 5 minutes. He asked about my family and I told him about my boys, you finishing community college, DeMarcus still in high school. He seemed real interested, real kind. Then he left. That was it." Marcus's voice cracked. "Mama, that's not where it ended. Jordan came back to Charlotte and found my job application. He made sure I got noticed. Everything that's happened to me these past 7 years, it started with him seeing you help that man." The line went silent. When Linda finally spoke, she was crying. "Marcus, are you telling me all of this because I helped Mr. Williams? Because you showed who you are when nobody's watching. Because you raised me to be the same way. Because character recognizes character, Mama. Jordan saw you and thought, a woman like that raises children worth investing in." And he was right. Linda Webb sobbed openly now. "Baby, I was just doing my job, just being decent." "That's exactly the point, Mama. Being decent is never just anything. Your kindness changed my entire life. And through me, it's changed hundreds of other lives. All because you helped an old man who dropped his lunch." They talked for another hour. Marcus told her everything, the deliberate test, the program's expansion, the legacy they were building. Linda listened, occasionally gasping or crying, overwhelmed by the knowledge that her simple act of kindness had created ripples so vast. "Your father never understood," Linda said quietly. "He never understood that how you treat people matters, that being kind matters, that showing up matters. He thought only money and status mattered, so he chased those things and lost everything else. But you, Marcus, you understood what really matters, and now you're teaching it to others. I learned it from you, Mama. Then I guess I did something right, raising you boys alone." After they hung up, Marcus sat in his car for another 30 minutes, watching arena staff arrive for work. Some he knew well. Others were new faces, part of the constant flow of people through the organization. Each one carried their own story, their own struggles, their own potential. How many of them had mothers like his? How many came from families where character was the only inheritance? How many just needed someone to notice them, to invest in them, to show them what they were capable of? That evening, Marcus returned home to find Keisha had prepared a special dinner. She'd somehow learned about the morning's revelation, probably Angela Reeves calling her, and wanted to mark the moment. "How are you feeling?" Keisha asked as they ate. "Honestly, I don't know. Part of me feels like I didn't earn anything, like it was all handed to me because Jordan saw my mother." "And the other part?" Marcus thought carefully. "The other part realizes that's how opportunity often works. Someone notices something in you or your family. They open a door, but you still have to walk through it and prove you belong. Jordan gave me chances. I did the work." "Exactly." Keisha squeezed his hand. "Your mother's character got you noticed. Your character got you developed. And now your leadership is getting others noticed. That's not taking anything away from you, Marcus. That's multiplying what your mother started." After dinner, Marcus went to his home office and opened the box of letters from program graduates. He pulled out one he'd received just last week, from a young man named Antonio Rodriguez in Los Angeles. "Mr. Webb, I don't know if you remember me from the LA training session, but you changed my life. I was about to give up on everything, school, work, hope. Then you told your story about stopping Michael Jordan and how that moment changed everything. You showed me that doing the right thing matters even when it costs you something. Because of you, I stayed in the program. I just got promoted to lead supervisor. My mother cried when I told her. She's been cleaning houses for 20 years to support us. Now I can help her. Thank you for showing me what's possible." Marcus read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. Antonio's mother cleaning houses for 20 years. His own mother working 3 jobs in Detroit. Janet Torres starting as a security guard and working up to supervisor. Raymond Chen immigrating from Taiwan and building a career one day at a time. The pattern was clear. Character passed through generations, recognized by those who valued it, developed through intentional investment, multiplied through teaching and example. This was bigger than one test at one entrance. This was a movement of character-based development spreading across organizations, cities, families. And it had all started because Linda Webb took 5 minutes to help an elderly man who dropped his lunch. Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Jordan, "Thank you for seeing my mother. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for teaching me to see others." Jordan's response came quickly. "That's the job, Marcus. We see each other. We lift each other. We build legacies that outlast us. Your mother started something beautiful. You're making it grow. And the people you develop will carry it forward. That's how we change the world, one act of kindness at a time." Marcus walked back to the living room where Keisha was reading on the couch. He sat beside her and she immediately snuggled against him, her pregnant belly pressed against his side. "I figured something out," Marcus said quietly. "What's that?" The surprise wasn't what happened at entrance C, it wasn't even everything that came after. The real surprise is understanding that none of us succeed alone. We're all connected by kindness, by character, by people who notice us and invest in us. My mother's kindness led to Jordan's investment, which led to my development, which is now leading to hundreds of others getting opportunities. It's all one continuous chain. Keisha looked up at him. So, what are you going to do with that understanding? Marcus smiled. Keep building the chain. Keep noticing people. Keep investing in character. Keep creating opportunities. Because 7 years ago, someone did that for me, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life doing it for others. Outside their window, Charlotte glowed with evening lights. Somewhere in those buildings, in cafeterias and security posts and classrooms and hospitals, people were showing character when nobody important was watching. Single mothers were working multiple jobs. Young people were trying to do their work with integrity. Families were sacrificing for each other. And maybe, just maybe, someone was noticing. Someone who would create an opportunity. Someone who would invest in potential. Someone who would start the next chain of transformation. That was the real legacy Marcus Webb was building. Not just his own success story, but a system that ensured other people's character would be noticed, developed, and multiplied. The test at Entrance C had revealed who Marcus was. But what happened next? The discovery of his mother's role, the understanding of interconnected legacies, the commitment to perpetuating opportunity, that was the final surprise. The one that made sense of everything else. The one that showed Marcus his true purpose, not just to succeed, but to ensure others could succeed too. One act of kindness at a time. One noticed moment of character at a time. One opportunity created at a time. That was the legacy that would outlast them all. And Marcus Webb, standing in his living room with his pregnant wife, finally understood his role in carrying it forward. 3 weeks later, Marcus stood at Entrance C with David Torres, just as he'd once stood there with Janet during his own training. The arena was quiet, mid-morning on a Tuesday, most staff at lunch. "This is where it happened," Marcus said, gesturing to the spot. "September 2019, right here. I stopped Michael Jordan because he didn't have ID." David looked around, trying to imagine the moment. "Were you scared?" "Terrified, but not because of who he was. I didn't know who he was. I was scared of making a mistake, of losing my job. So I did the only thing I could think of. I followed the rules. And it changed your life. It revealed my character. That's different." Marcus turned to face David directly. "The test didn't make me into someone with integrity. It just showed that I already had it. Everything that came after was me choosing, every single day, to keep being that person even when it was hard." David nodded, absorbing the lesson. "Mr. Webb, can I ask you something personal?" "Of course." "Do you ever feel like a fraud? Like you don't deserve this because you got help that other people didn't get?" Marcus smiled sadly. It was the same question he'd been wrestling with since learning about his mother. "Every day, David, every single day. But then I remember something Jordan told me. Everyone who succeeds gets help. The difference is some people acknowledge it and use their success to help others. That's what separates leaders from climbers." "What's the difference?" "Climbers pull themselves up and kick the ladder down behind them. Leaders climb up and then reach back to pull others up. I got help. From Jordan, from Raymond, from my mother's example, from Keisha's support, from 100 people I'll never fully acknowledge. My job now is to be that help for others." They walked through the arena, Marcus pointing out changes he'd implemented, improvements to protocols, efficiency gains. But more than the technical details, he talked about culture, how to create an environment where character was valued, where people felt safe doing the right thing even when it was difficult. "The system I'm building isn't about finding perfect people," Marcus explained. "It's about creating an environment where good people can become great people." where mistakes are learning opportunities, not termination events, where character is developed, not just tested. They stopped at the display case containing the photo from that September day. Marcus stared at his younger self, barely recognizing that nervous guard. "You know what surprises me most when I look at this photo?" Marcus said. "What?" "How scared I look. I was trying so hard to appear confident, to seem like I knew what I was doing. But my eyes give it away. I was terrified. And you know what? That's okay. Being scared doesn't mean you're weak. It means you understand the stakes." David studied the photo carefully. "Do you ever wish it hadn't happened? That you could have just had a normal career without all this pressure?" Marcus considered the question honestly. "Sometimes, when I'm away from my family for work, when I'm dealing with difficult decisions, when people criticize the program or question my qualifications. In those moments, yeah, I wish things were simpler. But then I think about the letters I get from people whose lives changed because of this program. I think about my daughters growing up seeing their father doing work that matters. I think about my mother finally understanding that her years of sacrifice created something that keeps spreading. And I realize I wouldn't trade this journey for anything." His phone buzzed. A text from Jordan. "Conference room B now, bring David." They hurried upstairs. When Marcus opened the conference room door, he found Jordan standing with a group of people Marcus had never seen before, 4 middle-aged adults, all black, all looking at him with tears in their eyes. "Marcus," Jordan said, "I'd like you to meet the Williams family, children of the man your mother helped in that Detroit hospital cafeteria." Marcus's breath caught. The elderly patient with Parkinson's, the man whose dropped tray had started everything. A woman stepped forward, her voice thick with emotion. "Mr. Webb, our father passed away 2 years ago, but before he died, he told us about the day he dropped his lunch at the hospital, how humiliated he felt, how a kind cafeteria worker named Linda helped him without making him feel ashamed. He said it was one of the worst days of his life, turned into a reminder that good people still existed." Her brother continued, "We never knew Michael Jordan witnessed it. We never knew it led to anything. But when we read about your story in the news, when we saw your mother's name, we contacted Mr. Jordan. We wanted to meet you, to thank your mother through you, to close the circle." Marcus felt tears streaming down his face. Your father's dignity in that moment mattered. The way he handled being helped with grace, that mattered too. It's not just about the person helping. It's about how we all treat each other in our most vulnerable moments. Jordan spoke quietly. "I've been waiting for the right time to arrange this meeting. Today felt right. David's here beginning his journey. The Williams family is here honoring their father's memory. You're here understanding the full scope of what your mother's kindness created. This is what legacy looks like, Marcus. This is the surprise that keeps surprising." They spent 2 hours together, sharing stories about Mr. Williams, about Linda Webb, about the interconnected moments of kindness that ripple through lives in ways we never fully understand. Before the Williams family left, the eldest daughter took Marcus's hands. "My father always said that character is what you do when you think nobody's watching. But Mr. Webb, someone is always watching. God, the universe, other people. We're all witnesses to each other's character. Your mother witnessed my father's dignity. Mr. Jordan witnessed your mother's compassion. You witnessed Mr. Jordan's investment. And now hundreds of people are witnessing your leadership. That's not coincidence. That's how goodness multiplies." After they left, Marcus stood alone with Jordan in the conference room. David had gone back to his training, leaving them in companionable silence. "How do you feel?" Jordan asked. "Overwhelmed, grateful, humbled, like I finally understand what you've been trying to teach me all along." "Which is?" "That none of this is about me. It never was. I'm just one link in a chain that started long before I was born and will continue long after I'm gone. My job isn't to be the hero of the story. It's to make sure the story continues." Jordan smiled, that rare, genuine smile that Marcus had learned meant real approval. "Now you're ready." "Ready for what?" "To take over the whole program, not just operations, everything. I'm 63 years old, Marcus. I won't run this organization forever. In 5 years, maybe less, someone else will own this team. But the culture we've built, the leadership development system, the commitment to character, that needs to outlast my ownership. And you're the person who will make sure it does." Marcus felt the weight of the responsibility settle on his shoulders, not crushing but grounding. "I'm honored, Mr. Jordan, and I'm terrified." "Good, that means you understand the stakes. Fear keeps you humble, humility keeps you learning, and learning keeps you growing." Jordan placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. "Your mother helped an old man pick up his lunch. That simple act created all of this. Never underestimate the power of one kind moment, Marcus. Never underestimate what character can build when it's recognized and developed. That's the final lesson. That's the surprise that makes sense of everything else." Marcus nodded, finally understanding completely. The test at Entrance C hadn't been the beginning of his story. His mother's kindness hadn't been the beginning either. Every act of character, stretching back through generations, had contributed to this moment. And every choice he made from here forward would contribute to moments he'd never live to see. "I won't let you down," Marcus said. "You couldn't if you tried, because you're not doing this for me. You're doing it because it's who you are." Jordan walked toward the door, then paused. "Oh, and Marcus, your son is being born right now. Keisha's sister just texted me. You might want to get to the hospital." Marcus's eyes went wide. He grabbed his keys and ran. Marcus burst through the hospital doors at Presbyterian Medical Center, his shirt untucked, breathing hard from sprinting through the parking lot. The receptionist smiled knowingly. "Labor and delivery, 3rd floor. Your wife's in room 312. Don't worry, you didn't miss it." He took the stairs 2 at a time, his heart pounding with adrenaline and joy. When he pushed through the door to room 312, Keisha was in bed, connected to monitors, her face tight with concentration through a contraction. Her sister, Monica, stood beside her, holding her hand. She looked up when Marcus entered. "About time. She's been asking for you." Marcus rushed to Keisha's other side, taking her hand. "I'm here, baby, I'm here. I'm so sorry." "You're here now," Keisha said through gritted teeth. "That's what matters." The next 4 hours were a blur of breathing exercises, encouragement, moments of panic, and the steady guidance of nurses who'd seen this 1,000 times. Marcus held Keisha's hand, wiped her forehead, told her she was the strongest person he'd ever known. At 6:47 p.m., his son entered the world with a loud, healthy cry. "He's perfect," the doctor said, placing the baby on Keisha's chest. "Congratulations, Mom and Dad." Marcus stared at the tiny human, covered in vernix, eyes squinting against the light, fists waving in protest at being removed from his warm home. This was his son, his child, a person who would carry his name and his example forward. "Hello, William," Marcus whispered, touching his son's small hand. They'd named him William Marcus Webb, William after Marcus's father, a name Marcus was determined to redeem through different choices. The baby's fingers wrapped around Marcus's finger with surprising strength. "He's got a good grip," the nurse said, smiling. "This one's going to hold on tight to what matters." After the medical checks and the first feeding, after Monica left and the room grew quiet with just the 3 of them, Marcus sat in the chair beside Keisha's bed, holding William against his chest, feeling the tiny heartbeat against his own. "What are you thinking?" Keisha asked sleepily. "I'm thinking about my father, about how he walked away from this, how he missed everything, me growing up, DeMarcus being born, all of it." I'm thinking about how I almost became him, so focused on work and achievement that I forgot what actually matters. But you didn't become him. Because people caught me. You, my mother, Jordan, Raymond. People kept pulling me back to what's real. Marcus looked down at his sleeping son. I'm going to make sure he never doubts that he's loved, that he's valued, that who he is matters more than what he achieves. You'll be a great father, Marcus. You already are. Later that night, after Keisha fell asleep, Marcus walked the quiet hospital hallways with William, the baby warm and solid in his arms. He found himself in front of the cafeteria, closed now, but lights still on inside where night staff prepared for the next day. Through the window, he saw a woman mopping floors. She worked methodically, carefully, taking pride in doing the job well even though no one was watching. She reminded Marcus of his mother. How many people like her were working right now across Charlotte, across America? How many were showing character in invisible moments? How many had children with potential, children who just needed someone to notice, to invest, to believe? Marcus made a silent promise to his sleeping son. I'll notice them. I'll create opportunities. I'll help build a world where character is recognized and developed, where your generation has more chances than mine did. His phone buzzed quietly. A text from Jordan. Congratulations on your son. Welcome to fatherhood, the most important test you'll ever take. Marcus smiled and typed back, thank you for everything, for seeing my mother, for testing me, for teaching me, for building something I can pass on to him. Jordan's response came quickly. You'll teach him what your mother taught you, that how we treat people matters, that character counts, that kindness creates ripples we never fully see. That's the legacy that matters, Marcus, not championships or businesses or programs. The legacy of decent people raising decent children who raise decent children. That's how we change the world. Marcus held William a little tighter, feeling the weight of responsibility and privilege. This child would grow up with advantages Marcus never had: financial security, educational opportunities, connections. But Marcus would make sure he also learned what mattered most, the values his grandmother Linda had lived, that Marcus had demonstrated at Entrance C, that Jordan had recognized and developed. Character, integrity, kindness, showing up, doing right even when it was hard. The next morning, Linda Webb flew in from Detroit. She held her new grandson with tears streaming down her face. He looks like you did as a baby, she told Marcus. Same serious little face, like he's already thinking deep thoughts. Mama, I've been thinking about something. The hospital cafeteria where you helped Mr. Williams, what was his first name? William, Linda said, surprised. William Williams. I always thought that was interesting, same first and last name. Marcus felt chills run down his spine. Mama, we named the baby William. I know, honey, after your father. But maybe it's not just about my father. Maybe it's about Mr. Williams too, about closing the circle, about honoring the man whose dignity started all of this. Linda looked at her grandson, then at Marcus, understanding dawning. Maybe it's about both, about taking the name of the man who left and filling it with the character of the man who stayed humble in his worst moment, about redemption and honor both. Over the next few days, a parade of visitors came to meet William, Raymond and his wife, Angela Reeves, Janet Torres and her grandson David. Keisha's students sent cards decorated with crayon drawings. Program graduates sent messages of congratulation from across the country. And on the third day, Michael Jordan came. He arrived quietly, without fanfare, carrying a simple gift, a basketball signed with a message. For William Marcus Webb. May you always remember, character is what you do when you think nobody's watching. But someone is always watching. Be someone worth seeing. Uncle Michael. Jordan held the baby carefully. This legendary athlete who'd held championship trophies and Olympic medals now cradling a 3-day-old infant with the same reverence. "He's beautiful, Marcus. He has your mother's eyes." "Thank you for coming, Mr. Jordan. I wouldn't miss this. This little guy is part of the story now, part of the legacy." Jordan looked up at Marcus. "You know what's remarkable about this moment?" "What?" "7 years ago, you stopped me at an entrance. You had no idea who I was or what would happen next. Today, I'm holding your son, and you're leading a program that's touched hundreds of lives. And it all started because your mother took 5 minutes to help an old man. That's the surprise that keeps on giving, Marcus. That's the proof that small moments of character create big legacies." Jordan handed William back to Marcus. "Raise him well, teach him what your mother taught you. And when he's old enough to understand, tell him the whole story. The entrance, the test, the struggle, the growth, all of it. Because his life will be easier than yours was, and he needs to understand that easy lives still require character. Maybe especially easy lives." After Jordan left, Marcus sat with Keisha and William in the quiet hospital room. Through the window, Charlotte stretched out below them, the city where Marcus had been humiliated, tested, developed, and transformed. "What are you going to tell him?" Keisha asked. "When he's old enough to ask about your story?" Marcus thought carefully. "I'm going to tell him the truth, that his grandmother showed kindness to a stranger and a famous man noticed, that I got tested without knowing it and passed because of values she taught me, that I worked harder than I'd ever worked to honor the opportunity I was given, that hundreds of people helped me along the way, and that now it's his turn and my turn to do the same for others." That's a good story. It's a true story. That's what makes it powerful. Marcus looked down at his son, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the legacy he'd been born into. The surprise wasn't what happened at entrance C, Keisha. The surprise is that it never ended. It just kept growing, kept spreading, kept creating new opportunities and new stories. And now William is part of it. He's the next chapter. "So what's the title of his chapter?" Keisha asked with a smile. Marcus thought about everything. His mother's kindness, Jordan's test, his own choices, the families touched by the program, the Williams family closing the circle, and now this new life beginning with advantages but also responsibilities. "The beginning," Marcus said softly, "because it's not the end of my story. It's the beginning of his. The beginning of what he'll build on the foundation we've laid. The beginning of whatever surprises come next." Keisha reached for Marcus's hand, completing the circle: mother, father, child, family, legacy. "Then let's make sure it's a good beginning," she said. "The best," Marcus agreed. "We'll teach him that character matters more than achievement. That kindness creates ripples we never fully see. That doing right when nobody's watching is the only thing that matters when everyone is watching. We'll teach him by example every single day, the same way my mother taught me." Outside the hospital window, the sun was setting over Charlotte, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. Somewhere in that city, people were showing character in invisible moments. Somewhere, someone was being kind when they didn't have to be. Somewhere, someone was noticing. And the legacy continued. One small choice at a time. One act of kindness at a time. One life changed at a time. That was the real surprise. Not a single moment at an entrance 7 years ago, but an ongoing story of character recognized, developed, and multiplied through generations. Marcus Webb held his son and understood finally, completely, what Jordan had been trying to teach him all along. We are all being tested every day in ways we don't always recognize. And what happens next after the test, after the moment, after the choice? That's what creates legacies that outlast us all. The story that began with Linda Webb helping William Williams in a Detroit cafeteria had traveled through Michael Jordan's observation, Marcus's test at entrance C, 7 years of growth and development, hundreds of lives touched by the program, and now arrived here. in the arms of William Marcus Webb, who would carry it forward in ways no one could yet predict. That was the surprise that would keep surprising, the legacy that would keep growing. The story that would never truly end as long as people kept choosing character over convenience, kept noticing kindness, kept investing in potential, kept paying forward what had been given to them. Marcus kissed his son's forehead and whispered a promise. "I'll teach you what really matters, and someday you'll teach it to your children, and the story will continue." Outside, stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Inside, a new chapter was beginning. And somewhere in the great mystery of how one life touches another, Linda Webb's 5 minutes of kindness continued to echo forward into a future she'd helped create but would never fully see. That was the real miracle. That was what happened next. That was the surprise that changed everything. 10 years later, 2036. Marcus stood at the front of a packed auditorium at UNC Charlotte looking out at 500 faces. Students, professionals, community members, all gathered for the annual Jordan Leadership Summit. His son William, now 10 years old, sat in the front row between his twin sisters, Jordan and Dolores, now 14. "Good evening," Marcus began. "Before we start tonight's keynote, I need to share some difficult news. Michael Jordan passed away this morning at his home, surrounded by family. He was 73 years old." The room erupted in gasps and murmurs. Several people began crying. Marcus paused, letting the moment breathe, feeling his own grief settle heavily in his chest. "I know this is shocking. I know many of you came here tonight expecting celebration, not mourning. But I think Mr. Jordan would want us to continue. He never liked dwelling on endings. He always focused on what came next." Marcus clicked to a photo of Jordan from 2019, standing at entrance C, the day of the test. The image filled the screen behind him. 17 years ago, this man tested me without my knowledge. He watched me stop him from entering his own building, and instead of being angry, he saw potential. He invested in that potential for 17 years. He mentored me, challenged me, pushed me to become more than I thought I could be. And through me, he touched thousands of lives. Marcus's voice cracked. He paused, collecting himself. In the front row, William gave him a small thumbs up. "Courage, kiddo." Marcus smiled slightly and continued. 3 days ago, I visited Mr. Jordan in the hospital. He knew the end was close. His family was there. His children, grandchildren, the people who knew him not as a legend but as a father and grandfather. He asked to speak with me alone for a few minutes. The room was completely silent now. He told me something I want to share with you. He said, "Marcus, I've been thinking about legacy. People will remember the championships, the shoes, the business empire. But you know what I'm actually proud of? The cafeteria worker in Detroit who got to retire comfortably. The security guard who became a vice president. The hundreds of people who got opportunities they wouldn't have got otherwise. That's the legacy that matters. Not what I achieved, but what I helped others achieve." Marcus looked directly at his son in the front row. Then he said something specifically for William. He said, "Tell your son that the test never ends. Every day is a chance to show character or lose it. Every moment is an opportunity to notice someone or overlook them. Every choice matters, even the ones that seem small, especially the ones that seem small." Tears streamed down Marcus's face now, but he didn't wipe them away. "Michael Jordan changed my life. He changed my family's life. He changed the trajectory of thousands of careers. But the real surprise, the thing he understood better than anyone, is that he didn't do it alone. It started with my mother's kindness. It continued through my choices. It spread through the people we trained. And it will keep going long after he's gone, as long as we remember the lesson." Marcus clicked to the final slide. It showed a simple quote in Jordan's handwriting. "Character is what you do when you think nobody's watching, but someone is always watching. Be someone worth seeing." That's his final message to all of us, Marcus said. Be someone worth seeing. Notice the people around you. Invest in potential. Create opportunities. Build legacies that outlast your lifetime. That's how we honor him, not by mourning what we lost, but by continuing what he started. The auditorium erupted in applause, not celebratory but reverent. A standing ovation for a man who wasn't there to receive it. After the presentation, Marcus found his family in the hallway. William hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry Uncle Michael died, Dad." "Me too, buddy, me too." Jordan, his daughter, wiped her eyes. "Are you going to be okay, Daddy?" "Eventually. Right now I'm just sad. And that's okay. It's okay to be sad when we lose people who mattered." Keisha put her arm around Marcus. "Let's go home. You've done enough for today." That evening, after the children were in bed, Marcus sat in his home office surrounded by mementos from 17 years of working with Jordan. Photos, awards, handwritten notes, the signed basketball from William's birth. He pulled out his phone and opened his messages. The last text from Jordan, sent 4 days ago from the hospital. "Marcus, thank you for making an old man's final project worth the effort. You exceeded every expectation. Take care of the program, take care of your family, and remember, the surprise is that it never ends. As long as one person teaches character to another, the legacy continues. You're not the end of this story. You're somewhere in the middle. Make sure there's a good next chapter after you." Marcus typed a response he knew would never be read. "I promise. Rest well, Mr. Jordan, and thank you for everything, for seeing my mother, for testing me, for believing in me, for teaching me what legacy really means. I'll make sure the story continues." He hit send, then sat in the darkness of his office, feeling the weight of responsibility and gratitude in equal measure. Michael Jordan was gone, but the test he'd created 17 years ago at Entrance C was still echoing forward, still changing lives, still proving that character mattered more than credentials. And Marcus Webb, no longer a young security guard but a leader in his own right, would make sure it continued. One person at a time, one opportunity at a time, one act of character at a time. That was the promise, that was the legacy, that was what happened next. The surprise that kept surprising even after the man who started it was gone. Because that's what real legacy does. It outlasts the person who created it, living on in the choices of everyone they touched. Marcus turned off his office light and went to check on his children one more time before bed. William was still awake, reading by flashlight under his covers. "Can't sleep, buddy. I keep thinking about what you said, about the test never ending." Marcus sat on the edge of his son's bed. "What about it? Am I being tested too, right now?" "Every day, we all are. Life is constantly testing whether we'll do right or take shortcuts, whether we'll be kind or selfish, whether we'll notice people or ignore them." "That sounds hard." "It is hard, but you know what makes it easier?" "What?" "Remembering that you come from a long line of people who passed the test. Your great-grandmother Linda, who showed kindness when nobody was watching. Me, doing my job with integrity even when it was scary. Uncle Michael, investing in people's potential. You carry all of that with you, William. You're not starting from scratch. You're continuing something beautiful." William thought about this, then smiled. "So I'm in the middle of the story too, just like you said Uncle Michael told you." "Exactly, and someday you'll be telling your kids the same thing." "Will you tell me the whole story again, about Entrance C and everything?" Marcus smiled. "Tomorrow, it's late now. But yes, I'll tell you as many times as you want to hear it, because it's your story too. It's all of our stories." He kissed his son goodnight and returned to his own bedroom, where Keisha was already asleep. Marcus lay beside her, staring at the ceiling, thinking about beginnings and endings, about tests and legacies, about how one moment at an entrance had somehow grown into something that would outlive everyone involved. Michael Jordan was gone, but the surprise he'd set in motion 17 years ago was still unfolding, still changing lives, still proving that character, when recognized and developed, created ripples that never truly stopped. That was what happened next. That was the surprise that changed everything. And Marcus Webb, lying in the darkness, understood that his job now was to keep the ripples moving forward, to ensure that his children and their children would carry the lesson into futures he'd never see. The test at Entrance C had been the beginning, but there was no end. Just an ongoing story of character multiplying through time, touching lives in ways no one could fully predict or measure. And that, Marcus realized as sleep finally claimed him, was the greatest surprise of all. Not that one test changed one life, but that one test changed countless lives forever. 3 months after Jordan's death, Marcus received a call from Jordan's attorney requesting his presence at the reading of the will. He assumed it was a formality, perhaps a small bequest or a symbolic gesture. He drove to the law offices in downtown Charlotte on a gray February morning, the city still mourning its most famous resident. The conference room was filled with Jordan's family, his children, several grandchildren, longtime business associates. Marcus felt out of place among these people who'd known Jordan far longer and more intimately than he had. The attorney, an older white man named Richard Morrison, cleared his throat and began reading. Most of the estate went to Jordan's children, as expected. Charitable foundations received substantial gifts. Key employees received generous bonuses. Then Morrison paused and looked directly at Marcus. To Marcus Webb, who proved that character is the only credential that truly matters, I leave the following: full ownership and operational control of the Jordan Leadership Initiative, along with an endowment of $50 million to ensure its continuation in perpetuity. Marcus felt the room spin. $50 million, full ownership. He looked around, expecting Jordan's children to object, to be angry that an outsider was receiving such a substantial gift. Instead, Jordan's eldest son, Jeffrey, smiled at him. "Dad talked about you constantly, especially in those final months. He said you were the proof that his theory worked, that character could be identified, developed, and multiplied. He wanted you to have full control, because you understand the mission better than anyone." Morrison continued reading. "Additionally, Marcus is appointed as my successor on the board of the Charlotte Hornets, with voting rights and full participation in organizational decisions. He will serve as the guardian of culture, ensuring that character-based leadership remains central to the organization's operations." The reading continued, but Marcus barely heard the rest. When it concluded, Jordan's daughter, Jasmine, approached him. "There's something else," she said quietly. "Something Dad wanted you to have privately. Come with me." She led Marcus to a smaller office where a large box sat on the desk. Inside were dozens of leather-bound journals, Jordan's personal diaries spanning 40 years. "Dad kept these his entire adult life," Jasmine explained. "He wrote in them almost every day. He wanted you to have them because, in his words, Marcus needs to understand the full journey, not just the highlights. He needs to see that I failed more than I succeeded, that I doubted myself constantly. That character was something I had to choose every single day, not something that came naturally." Marcus opened one journal at random. The entry was from 1995, during the Bulls' championship run. "Everyone thinks success is about talent and hard work. They're wrong. Success is about character under pressure, how you treat people when you're exhausted, whether you follow principles when shortcuts are available, whether you stay humble when everyone's telling you you're great. That's the real test, and I fail it more often than I'd like to admit." Marcus closed the journal, overwhelmed. Why me? Why trust me with all of this? Jasmine smiled sadly. Because you're the one who stopped him at an entrance and didn't care that he was famous. You're the one who worked for everything you received. You're the one who understands that this isn't about him, it's about the mission. Dad trusted you with his legacy because you never made it about yourself. That's rare, Marcus. That's why you're the right choice. That evening, Marcus brought the journals home. Keisha found him in his office at midnight, reading by lamplight, tears streaming down his face. What's wrong? She asked. I'm reading about his struggles, his doubts, his failures. Everyone sees Michael Jordan as this perfect, confident legend, but these journals, Keisha, he was terrified so much of the time, afraid of letting people down, worried he wasn't good enough, fighting his own ego constantly. Why does that make you cry? Because it means he chose to be who he was, every single day. The greatness wasn't natural, it was intentional. Character wasn't easy for him, he worked at it constantly. And if he had to work that hard at it, then maybe the rest of us aren't so far behind. Maybe we all have a chance. Keisha sat beside him. What are you going to do with the program now? You have full control, $50 million, no limits. Marcus thought about the question carefully. He thought about his mother helping Mr. Williams, about Jordan seeing that moment and choosing to investigate, about the test at entrance C, about 17 years of growth and development, about the hundreds of lives already touched, about his children watching and learning. I'm going to expand it, Marcus said finally. Not just NBA arenas, schools, hospitals, community centers. Anywhere people work, I want to create systems that identify and develop character. I want to build a world where kindness gets noticed, where integrity gets rewarded, where potential gets invested in. That's ambitious. It's necessary. Jordan proved it works on a small scale. Now I need to prove it works on a large scale. I need to show that character-based development isn't just a nice idea. It's the foundation for building better organizations, better communities, better lives. Over the following weeks, Marcus assembled a team. Raymond Chen came out of retirement to serve as senior advisor. David Torres, now a successful security director himself, joined as director of training. Sophia Martinez, one of the early program graduates, became director of expansion. They identified 50 pilot sites across the country, hospitals, schools, police departments, corporations. Each would implement the Jordan Leadership Initiative model, identifying people with strong character and investing in their development. Marcus also established the Linda Webb Scholarship Fund, full rides to college for children of service workers. Cafeteria staff, janitors, security guards, housekeepers, the invisible people who kept society functioning. Their children would now have the same opportunities Marcus had received. At the press conference announcing the expansion, Marcus stood at a podium with his family beside him. William, now 11, had asked to say something. My dad tells me that my great-grandmother helped an old man and it changed everything, William said, reading from notes he'd prepared. She didn't know anyone was watching. She didn't know it would matter. She just did it because it was right. My dad says that's how we should all live, doing right even when nobody sees, because someone is always seeing. And sometimes, what we do creates surprises we never expect. The audience applauded. Marcus put his arm around his son, feeling the weight of legacy and the lightness of hope in equal measure. After the press conference, Marcus returned to Spectrum Center one final time before the major expansion work began. He walked to entrance C, now marked with a bronze plaque. On this spot, September 2019, Marcus Webb demonstrated that character matters more than recognition. This entrance stands as a reminder: do your job with integrity, treat everyone with dignity, follow principles over personalities. Small moments create lasting legacies. Marcus stood there, remembering that terrified young guard who'd stopped a legend without knowing it. That person felt like a stranger now, yet everything Marcus had become started with that person's choice. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. "Baby, I just heard about Jordan's will. I'm so proud of you. But more than that, I'm proud that you're using this gift to help others. That's what matters. That's what he would have wanted. Love you." Marcus smiled and typed back, "Everything I am, I learned from you, Mama. Thank you for showing me what character looks like." He turned from the entrance and walked through the arena one last time as just an employee. Tomorrow, he'd return as the guardian of Jordan's legacy, the steward of a $50 million mission, the leader of a movement that was just beginning. The test at Entrance C had been 17 years ago, but the surprise, the real surprise, was still unfolding, still spreading, still changing lives in ways no one could fully predict. And Marcus Webb, standing in the arena where it all began, finally understood his true purpose. Not just to succeed himself, but to ensure that thousands of others could succeed too. Not just to honor Jordan's legacy, but to expand it beyond anything Jordan had imagined. Not just to remember the test, but to create new tests, new opportunities, new chances for character to be recognized and developed. That was what happened next. That was the surprise that would keep surprising for generations to come. And Marcus was ready. 20 years after that September afternoon at Entrance C, Marcus Webb stood before a sold-out crowd at Madison Square Garden. The Jordan Leadership Summit had grown from a small Charlotte conference to a national movement. Tonight's keynote would be his last before transitioning full leadership to the next generation. At 55 years old, Marcus's hair had grayed at the temples. Reading glasses hung from a chain around his neck. But his presence commanded the room the same way it had commanded that training session decades ago, with quiet authority earned through years of consistent character. 20 years ago, Marcus began, a young security guard stopped Michael Jordan at an entrance. That guard was me. That moment went viral. People laughed. People judged. People made assumptions. And then something surprising happened. The massive screen behind him displayed the familiar photo, young Marcus, hand raised, stopping a casually dressed Jordan. Everyone asks me, what was the surprise? What happened next that shocked everyone? And for 20 years I've been telling you the answer. But tonight I realize I've been telling you the wrong answer. The audience leaned forward, confused. I've been saying the surprise was Jordan offering me an opportunity. The surprise was him investing in my potential. The surprise was the program growing beyond anything we imagined. The surprise was discovering my mother's role in it all. Marcus paused. But that's not the real surprise. He clicked to a new image, a collage of faces, hundreds of them. Program graduates, scholarship recipients, people whose lives had been touched by the initiative over 2 decades. The real surprise is this: it worked. Character-based development actually works. We've trained over 5,000 people across 200 organizations. 89% are still employed 5 years later. 73% have been promoted. 61% are now training others. Crime rates have dropped in communities where we've implemented programs. Employee satisfaction has increased. Organizational culture has improved. We have data proving what Jordan believed, that investing in character creates measurable, lasting change. Marcus's voice grew stronger. But here's the biggest surprise of all. It's not about me anymore. It never really was. Look at these faces. The screen cycled through images. A former cafeteria worker now running a hospital's human resources department. A security guard who became a police chief. A single mother who earned her doctorate. A young man from the south side of Chicago who now leads community development programs. These people didn't need me to save them. They needed someone to notice them, to invest in them, to show them what they were capable of. And you know what they're doing now? They're noticing others. They're investing in the next generation. They're multiplying the gift that was given to them. Marcus looked directly at the camera broadcasting the event. "Mom, are you watching? This is your legacy." That moment in the Detroit cafeteria when you helped Mr. Williams, it's still creating ripples 20 years later. Thank you for showing me what character looks like. In the front row, Linda Webb, now 78 years old, wiped tears from her eyes. Beside her sat Keisha and the children. William, now 20, studying social work at UNC Chapel Hill. The twins Jordan and Dolores, both in college pursuing careers in education and community development. Tonight, I'm announcing my retirement from day-to-day operations of the Jordan Leadership Initiative, Marcus continued. I'm turning over leadership to the next generation, to people who were themselves products of this program. People who understand the mission not because they learned it, but because they lived it. He gestured to the side of the stage. 5 people walked out: David Torres, Sophia Martinez, and 3 others who'd started as program participants and risen through the ranks. These leaders will take the initiative forward. They'll expand it in ways I never imagined. They'll create new models, new approaches, new solutions. Because that's what real legacy does. It evolves. It adapts. It grows beyond the founder's original vision. The audience erupted in applause. After the presentation, Marcus found his family backstage. William hugged him tightly. "I'm proud of you, Dad. You're doing what Uncle Michael did for you, stepping back so others can step up." Marcus smiled. "That's the hardest lesson of leadership, son. Knowing when to get out of the way. Knowing when your job is to support, not direct. Knowing when to trust that you've built something strong enough to survive without you." Later that night, in his hotel room, Marcus pulled out one of Jordan's journals. He'd read them all multiple times over the years, but tonight he wanted to revisit a specific entry from 2019, written just after the test at Entrance C. "Today I tested a young man named Marcus Webb. He passed, not because he recognized me, but because he recognized his own principles and stuck to them under pressure. But here's what I'm really testing. Can character be identified? Can it be developed? Can it be multiplied? Can one investment create a chain reaction that changes hundreds of lives? If Marcus proves me right, then everything I've learned in 60 years will have been worth something. If he proves me wrong, then I'll have learned something new. Either way, this is the most important test I've ever given anyone, because the answer determines whether we can build a better world through better people." Marcus closed the journal and pulled out his phone. He opened his notes app and began writing his own entry, something he'd started doing after receiving Jordan's journals, a habit of reflection that had become essential to his leadership. 20 years after the test, I finally understand what Jordan was really asking. Can kindness multiply? Can integrity spread? Can character create community? The answer is yes. The proof is in 5,000 graduates. The proof is in 200 organizations transformed. The proof is in my son choosing to study social work because he wants to help people. The proof is everywhere I look. Jordan's test didn't just reveal my character, it proved that character can change the world. That's the real surprise, and it's still surprising me every single day. Marcus set down his phone and looked out the hotel window at the New York City skyline. Somewhere in those buildings, people were making choices, following principles or taking shortcuts, showing kindness or walking past, being noticed or being overlooked. And tomorrow, the Jordan Leadership Initiative would continue its work, identifying character, developing potential, creating opportunities, multiplying impact. The test at Entrance C had been 20 years ago. But the answer to Jordan's question, can character change the world, was still being written, one choice at a time, one life at a time, one generation at a time. That was the surprise that kept surprising. That was what happened next. That was the legacy that would outlast them all. And Marcus Webb, looking out over the city where dreams were made and tested daily, knew his work was complete. Not because the mission was finished, but because it no longer needed him to survive. The greatest test had been passed. Character could change the world, and the proof was everywhere. 5 years later, 2044, Marcus sat in a rocking chair on his front porch in Charlotte, watching his first grandchild, William's daughter, Linda Grace Webb, play in the yard. At 60 years old, Marcus had fully retired, though he still served on several advisory boards and mentored a handful of young leaders personally. A car pulled into the driveway. William stepped out, now 25 and working as a community organizer in Atlanta. But today he'd driven to Charlotte for a specific reason. "Dad, there's something I need to show you." William pulled out his phone and opened a video. "This went viral yesterday. Watch." The video showed a young black woman, maybe 22, working security at an arena, not in Charlotte but in Seattle. A man approached her checkpoint without proper credentials. She politely asked for ID. He claimed to be someone important, dropping names, getting agitated. She remained calm, professional, firm. "No ID, no entry, sir. I can call my supervisor if you'd like, but the policy is clear." The man eventually produced ID and went through proper screening, muttering complaints the entire time. Someone had filmed the exchange, and the video was spreading across social media with the caption, "Security guard doesn't back down. This is how you do your job with integrity." Marcus smiled. Good for her, she handled it perfectly. "Dad, that's not the point. Look at the comments." Marcus scrolled through thousands of responses. "Reminds me of that Marcus Webb story from years ago. Same energy." This is what the Jordan Leadership Initiative teaches: character under pressure. "My mom went through the Webb program. She always says, do your job right even when it costs you something." 25 years later, and we're still talking about that entrance moment. That's legacy. William sat down beside his father. "Dad, do you realize what you created? That young woman in Seattle has probably never met you. She wasn't even born when you stopped Jordan. But she's living out the principles you've been teaching for 25 years. Your legacy isn't just the people you trained directly. It's everyone they've influenced." Marcus felt emotion rising in his chest. He looked at his granddaughter playing in the yard, at his son sitting beside him, at the world that had slowly, incrementally shifted toward valuing character over credentials. "Your mother would say it started with your grandmother," Marcus said quietly, "with one act of kindness in a cafeteria. And I'd say it continues with people like that security guard in Seattle, with people choosing integrity every day, even when nobody famous is watching." William paused. "Dad, I came here because I want to tell you something. Something I should have said years ago." "What's that?" "Thank you for showing me what it means to be a man, for teaching me that character matters more than achievement, for being present even when your career was demanding, for making mistakes and admitting them, for being human while still striving to be better." William's voice cracked. "Dad, you were the father your father never was, and I'm trying to be that same kind of father for Linda Grace. That's your legacy too, breaking cycles, starting new ones." Marcus pulled his son into a hug, both men crying quietly on the porch while Linda Grace played, oblivious to the moment of generational healing happening above her. That evening, after William left, Marcus walked to his home office and pulled out the box of letters he'd been saving for 25 years. Thousands of them from program graduates, people whose lives had been touched by the initiative, parents thanking him for believing in their children. At the bottom of the box was a letter he'd never opened. It was addressed in handwriting he recognized immediately, Jordan's distinctive scrawl. The envelope was marked, to be opened 25 years after the test, not before. Marcus's hands shook as he broke the seal. Inside was a single page. Marcus, if you're reading this, 25 years have passed since that day at entrance C. I'm probably gone. The program has either thrived or failed. You're either still leading it or you've moved on to other things. But regardless of what's happened, I want you to know something. The test was never really about you. It was about proving something I'd believed my entire life but couldn't demonstrate. That character, when recognized and developed systematically, can change the trajectory of countless lives. You were the proof of concept, the first domino, the example that would either validate or invalidate my theory. And Marcus, if this letter finds you 25 years later, then my theory was correct. Because you wouldn't have kept this letter all these years unless the program succeeded, unless lives were changed, unless the ripples kept spreading. So here's my final message to you. Thank you. Thank you for being exactly who I hoped you'd be. Thank you for proving that integrity matters. Thank you for multiplying the investment I made in you. Thank you for taking a moment at an entrance and turning it into a movement. But most importantly, thank you for understanding that the surprise was never about what I did for you. The surprise was always about what you do with it. And based on the fact that you're reading this 25 years later, I'm guessing you did something extraordinary. The test is over, Marcus. You passed. Not just the one at entrance C, but the bigger test, the test of a lifetime. The test of whether you'd use your opportunity to create opportunities for others. The test of whether character could multiply across time and space and generations. Now rest. You've earned it. Your friend and teacher, Michael Jordan. P.S. Tell your son, whoever he is, that the next test is his. Every generation must prove character matters. That's not a burden, that's a privilege. Marcus read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. He walked to the window and looked out at his neighborhood, at the houses where families lived and struggled and hoped and worked. Ordinary people making ordinary choices that, when multiplied across millions of lives, created the character of a society. His phone buzzed. A text from David Torres, now leading the international expansion of the program. Marcus just got word. The initiative is being implemented in 50 schools across South Africa starting next month. They're calling it the web method. Thought you'd want to know. Your influence is global now, my friend. Marcus smiled through his tears and typed back, "It's not my method, it's our method, built by everyone who ever chose character over convenience. I was just the first test case. You and thousands of others are the proof it works." He set down his phone and returned to the porch, where Keisha found him an hour later, still holding Jordan's letter, watching the sunset paint the Charlotte sky in shades of gold and purple. "You okay?" she asked, sitting beside him. "Better than okay, I finally understand the full surprise." "Which is?" "The surprise wasn't the opportunity Jordan gave me. It wasn't the program's success. It wasn't even discovering my mother's role in it all." Marcus folded the letter carefully. "The surprise is that it never ends. Each generation thinks they're the conclusion of the story, but they're really just the middle. William will pass it to Linda Grace. She'll pass it to her children. And on, as long as people keep choosing to notice character, to develop it, to multiply it." Keisha took his hand. "So what happens next?" Marcus laughed, a genuine, joyful sound. "That's the question I've been asked for 25 years, and I finally have the answer. I don't know, and that's exactly the point. I don't need to know. The story is bigger than me now. It's bigger than any one person. It's a movement of character recognizing character, of integrity multiplying integrity, of kindness creating ripples that never stop spreading." "That's beautiful," Keisha said softly. "That's the surprise," Marcus replied. The final surprise, the one I didn't see coming even after 25 years. The story doesn't belong to me. It belongs to everyone who ever chose to do right when they could have taken shortcuts. Everyone who ever showed kindness when they could have walked past. Everyone who ever invested in someone else's potential. He looked at his wife, this woman who'd stood beside him through every test, every triumph, every failure. Thank you for being part of my story. Thank you for being worth the investment, she replied with a smile. As darkness settled over Charlotte, Marcus Webb sat on his porch, holding his wife's hand, thinking about a young security guard who'd once stopped a legend at an entrance. That guard felt like a character from someone else's story now, a necessary beginning but not the point. The point was what came after. The point was always what came after. The surprise that kept surprising. The legacy that kept growing. The character that kept multiplying. That was what happened next, 25 years after that September afternoon. And that's what would keep happening for as long as people believe that who you are matters more than what you achieve, for as long as kindness was noticed, for as long as integrity was rewarded, for as long as character was recognized, developed, and multiplied. The test at entrance C was over, but the answer, the real answer to Jordan's question, was still being written. One life at a time, one choice at a time, one generation at a time, forever. 30 years after entrance C, 2049. Linda Grace Webb, now 16 years old, stood nervously outside the principal's office at her Charlotte High School. She'd been called in during lunch period, unsure why. Through the glass door, she could see Principal Davis and someone else, a woman she didn't recognize. "Come in, Linda," Principal Davis said warmly. The woman stood and extended her hand. "Linda, I'm Sophia Martinez. I work with the Jordan Leadership Initiative. Your grandfather founded it many years ago." Linda's heart raced. Had she done something wrong? Was this about her grades? Sophia smiled, reading her anxiety. "You're not in trouble. Actually, it's the opposite. Last week, something happened in the cafeteria. Do you remember?" Linda thought back. "You mean with Mr. Henderson?" "Tell me what happened." "Mr. Henderson is the janitor. He's older, maybe 70. He was carrying a tray of cleaning supplies and tripped. Everything crashed to the floor. Some kids laughed. I helped him clean it up, made sure he was okay. It wasn't a big deal." Sophia pulled out her phone and showed Linda a photo. "One of your teachers saw this. She sent it to us because it reminded her of something your great-great-grandmother did in a hospital cafeteria 50 years ago. Do you know that story?" "My dad tells it sometimes. Great-great-grandma Linda helped an old man, and Michael Jordan saw it, and that's how Grandpa Marcus got his job." "That's right. And Linda, what you did last week, showing kindness to Mr. Henderson when others laughed, that's the same character your great-great-grandmother showed. That's what we look for." Principal Davis spoke up. "Linda, you've been selected for the Youth Leadership Program. Full scholarship, summer training, mentorship from program graduates. It's a huge honor. Only 50 students nationally are chosen each year." Linda felt dizzy. "Because I helped Mr. Henderson." "Because you showed character when you didn't have to," Sophia said. "Because you treated someone with dignity when others chose mockery. Because you're your grandfather's granddaughter and character runs in families." That evening, Linda ran into her grandfather's house, breathless with news. Marcus, now 65, sat in his usual chair, reading, glasses perched on his nose. "Grandpa, you won't believe what happened." Marcus set down his book and listened as Linda told him everything. When she finished, he pulled her into a tight hug. "Great-great-grandma Linda started it," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I continued it. Your father is living it, and now you're carrying it forward. 4 generations, Linda Grace. 4 generations of choosing character." "Grandpa, did you know? About Mr. Henderson, did you set this up? Marcus laughed. No, sweetheart, I had nothing to do with it. That was all you. That was your choice made freely when nobody important was watching. That's the purest form of character there is. But someone was watching. Someone is always watching. That's the lesson. That's what I learned 30 years ago at an entrance and what you're learning now. We're all being tested constantly. The question isn't whether we'll face tests. It's whether we'll recognize them as opportunities to show who we really are. Linda sat beside her grandfather, both of them quiet for a moment. What do I do now? She asked. You do what I did. You work hard. You stay humble. You help others. You multiply the gift that's been given to you. And someday, 30 years from now, maybe you'll be sitting with your granddaughter telling her this same story. Does it ever end, Grandpa, the story? Marcus smiled, thinking about Jordan's final letter, about his mother's kindness, about the security guard in Seattle, about the global reach of a movement that started with one moment. No, sweetheart, it never ends. That's the surprise. That's what happened next and what keeps happening. The story continues as long as people keep choosing character, as long as kindness gets noticed, as long as we recognize that who we are matters more than what we have. That's beautiful. That's legacy. Linda Grace Webb, fourth generation in a chain of character that stretched back to a Detroit cafeteria, smiled at her grandfather and understood, finally, completely, what it meant to be part of something bigger than herself. The test at Entrance C happened 30 years ago, but its echo would reverberate forever. One choice at a time, one generation at a time, one act of kindness at a time. That was the surprise that never stopped surprising. That was what happened next. That was the answer to a question Michael Jordan asked 3 decades ago. Can character change the world? The answer was yes. And the proof was sitting right here in a teenage girl who helped a janitor without knowing anyone was watching, without knowing it would matter, without knowing she was continuing a legacy that would outlast them all. Character could change the world. Character did change the world, and character would keep changing the world. Forever. Before you go, we'd love to know, where are you listening from? Drop your city or country in the comments below. It's amazing to see how stories like Marcus Webb's inspire people across the globe. If this story touched your heart or taught you something valuable about integrity, kindness, and the power of second chances, please hit that like button. It helps us reach more people who need to hear messages like this. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more inspiring, emotionally engaging stories that remind us what truly matters in life. We share stories of real character, transformation, and the unexpected ways our choices impact others. Finally, share this video with your friends and family. In a world that often celebrates shortcuts and status, stories like Marcus Webb's remind us that doing the right thing, even when no one important is watching, creates legacies that outlast us all. Let's spread kindness and awareness together, one share at a time. Thank you for listening, and remember, someone is always watching. Be someone worth seeing. Until next time.